Europa 4! End of the free! Home of the Swede. Never Iron Man. There we go, just needing a moment to settle in. Europa. It has been a bit since Europa had at least one major content DLC patch went down since the last time that I Europed internal politics related parliaments and interest groups and other such shenanigans. I will get to know it as it becomes relevant. It is November of 1444, and here stands the Sweden. Let's take a look around. So, we're a feudal monarchy. Generates manpower and extra vassal income. If we had vassals, we do not. We are ourselves a vassal, sort of. We are under a personal union with Denmark. That is a state of being wherein there is one person who is the monarch of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway all at once, but each of these countries is still a distinctive legal entity. It's three separate crowns that happen to currently be in the hands of one man, but they have not been fused together into a single country, as would eventually be the case with things like the United Kingdom, wherein the royalty, England, Scotland, Wales, all fused into a single thing, or like with France, where France has a bunch of subdivisions that could be recognized as different things, or like the eventual union of Castile and Aragon into Spain, and things like that. This is the precursor to such a thing, and if we were the country on top of that union, it would be possible to try to integrate your lesser partners peacefully into your territory and become grander. However, we are a subordinate partner in this personal union, thus we stand face to face with our hated oppressive overlord, whom we must confound and sabotage at every turn until we are free of the hated Dane and stand free. Interesting that they hold Gotland directly, although it is in the hands of Danish pretenders, who perhaps will complicate matters vis-a-vis our union. But anyway, that was just barely. So we effectively share a monarch with those guys here, Chris III, von Wittelsbach. 323, pretty mediocre. 322, fairly mediocre leader, not a big worry. Suppose I could start expositing about mechanics and also let time flow a tiny bit just for the hell of it. So Europa, it's a para game set starting in the High Middle Ages and proceeding through the Renaissance and the unfolding of various world empires. It is a para game with a full world scope. You can be anyone, anywhere, do anything as far as running a country in these times. We have opted in as the Swede, and will endeavor to become mighty. So you have yourself resources, you have cash that pours in out of your provinces, you got manpower that's used to build and fuel your armies, stability, a big abstract measure of economic prosperity and social well-being. It's on a scale of -3 to +3, so at 0 here we're pretty neutral. If you're doing well, you tend to float around +1. The Danes are taking measures to ensure that our populace remains loyal to them. we will try to confound this naturally. Prestige, that's another status bar. There's a bunch of things that can key off of prestige, a bunch of benefits that happen. It's a plus or minus 100 scale that tends to drift back towards 0, unless you continue to take efforts to push it one way or the other. Legitimacy, this is a stat we have as a monarchy that is how legitimate the crown is viewed by our populace. There are various things that can erode this number, often for some sort of other short-term benefit. Letting it fall causes you a lot of problems, though. You can get unrest, you can get very unruly, you'll sabotage your diplomatic reputation, and so forth. You want to maintain this. It's on a 100-point scale. Liberty Desire, this is here because we are a subject nation. It is a number that governs how rebellious and treacherous we are with respect to our leader. You can see that our core way to build up Liberty Desire is by becoming powerful. If you are similarly mighty to your alleged overlord, then your people will not respect their authority. It is being beaten down by us having positive diplomatic relations with the Dane, and the Danes investing efforts of their own into trying to keep us passive and complacent. I will not be fooled. You're not my real Dane. I'll be keeping up a steady barrage of insults. So then, further along the interface bar here, we have all these little swarthy fellows in icon form. These are various ministers that have the ability to do various things on the board for us. We have 2 merchants, both of which are currently active right now. You send them into trade nodes to try and leverage income and direct value towards your own interests. Colonists, we don't have any of those. They are for settling, you know, untamed wilderness. They're mostly used by people who have interest in going after the Americas and so forth, your traditional colonizing countries, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the French, the English. Anyone can get in on the colony game if they want to, though, as long as they have the range. We got nothing to start off with, though. Diplomats use those to either sign treaties, or you can send them on, like, persistent missions to do things, like justify wars or improve relations. So we have the ability to run up to 3 diplomatic things at once right now. And there are ways to increase our supply of that. And down on the end here are missionaries. If we had any provinces that were not properly religiously aligned, we could deploy missionaries to try and forcibly convert the locals to the faith, which in our case right now is Catholic. And our population is predominantly Catholic as well, entirely as far as the resolution that the game cares about is concerned, so we have no issues there. But if we were to say, go east and claim some Orthodox lands from Novgorod, we would need to normalize that. Or if some sort of strange group of rebellious upstarts with crazy ideas about not letting the Pope decide what's in the book or not, and translating holy texts into any old language. If some sort of wild and crazy rebel were to do that, we'd have to decide whether or not we agree with him. Simple little event. Certainly 10 prestige is nice. I mean, cash is cash, but prestige, I'll take that. Prestige can become cash. Right, so let's see, I got a little army here. Oh, that's a nice interface button to have around. And I can just, from the army, put in requests to build units, and they will be sent to this army. That is nice, I like that. Nice little, pretty typical European unit composition here, mostly infantry with a little bit of supporting cavalry. Now let's go and take a look at my supply limit is 11 right now, so that's already nearly as many troops as I can handle. That's all well and good. What do I have for boats? Got some galleys, got a bunch of transports, and have this one light warship, this one trade boat. Let's send that out on patrol. So there's just 4 kinds of boat as far as roles in the game. Transports for moving armies around. Big boat, which is your largest but also most expensive warship. Light boat, which is a mediocre warship but very fast, and it has the ability to patrol areas of water, and by doing that, it can increase your business influence by chasing off pirates and enforcing tariffs and so forth. So they have a peacetime purpose of kind of paying back. And galleys, which are another fighting boat that is less powerful than a large boat, but in specific waters, they get combat bonuses that make them more cost-effective in terms of fighting than a large boat. And the Baltic Sea here is one of those zones. So we can make use of galleys while we're fighting in our home waters. But eventually, if we try to extend our influence elsewhere, we'd want to switch over to a conventional sailing fleet. Bloodlines can still do interesting things for diplomacy and shenanigans when you're playing around here, but they're not nearly... Dynasty management is not like a big, central, micromanaged core mechanic like it is in Crusader Kings. It is no longer the focus of that. You are the state, not a family running the state. You can leverage the state against your enemies. You can leverage dynasties against your enemies. If you take the appropriate measures. Continuing interface tour, I guess. So, a bunch of conventional strategy currencies there. And then you have these sets of points that are kind of abstract representations of government competence. That's nice, Poland. Poland has all sorts of shenanigans they get up to with their weird elective monarchy. But anyway, so you have administrative, diplomatic, and military power. These are generated primarily by the skill of your ruler, and if you hire any advisors into these slots here, they generate extra points for you as well. And these are used for all kinds of things. Big ones, you use them to buy technology, and you use them to buy ideas. Where every country... At certain thresholds, you unlock the ability to grab a group of ideas, which you can then start buying. They cost the appropriate flavor of points for the category you're getting them off of, and there's a whole bunch of bonuses that you will pull out of those that are quite powerful and important for strengthening and customizing your country. Alongside those, for every 3 ideas you buy, you will unlock one of the bonuses on this bar, where what these bonuses are depends on your country. So, as Sweden, we have, as a baseline, a quarter off of mercenary cost, and our infantry fight 20% harder than the baseline. And if we get enough ideas to unlock our full bar, which happens around the mid-game, we will furthermore get +1 point of shock skill on all of our land leaders, which is helpful. Other Swedish benefits: passive legitimacy gain, discipline, which is a really useful military stat, cheaper cavalry, manpower recovery faster, cheaper stability, more production, and more manpower. So just a very solid all-around set of idea bonuses there. The Swede is quite capable of punching above their weight class if necessary. Very nice, compact, fighty nation. The Swede is quite capable in Europa. Territory-wise, we've begun under control of Sweden Classic over here, and Finland, as was the case at many of these times. Let's see, we got fortress here in Viborg, and another in Stockholm, and one down on the border in Småland there. Fortresses are very important because, like with the mechanics that they kind of piloted in March of the Eagles, it used to be the case in Europa that every province was assumed to have a little bit of fortification in it, but they made the very good decision to kind of flip that around and make your notable fortifications concentrated in small areas that then become important strategic holdings. Like, all these other provinces here, it would be very easy for an army to stomp in there and occupy them, but unless they also take the fort can reassert control of the provinces the moment the enemy walks away. And you can't, like, walk into a fort from one direction and then walk out another You have to either take control of the fort or back off the way you came. So even though we have very little control over the wilderness up there, this fort here means that some sort of aggression on the part of Novgorod could not pierce into the heart of Finland without going out around through the cold bits. So we're going to be kind of building up, starting to get ourselves situated. A lot of our diplomatic options are limited because we are a subordinate country. I can't start my own wars until I manage to break free of the Dane, which will be my first and greatest priority. To sap and impurify the Dane, to undermine him in every effort. I've already insulted him. Insulting is on cooldown. They are hardened to my burns. So let me try to figure out a nice natural enemy of Denmark who might be willing to destabilize them, or otherwise pick a fight with them. Maybe the Livonian Order, maybe like Poland, Lithuania there. Hard to say. I'll keep an eye on Denmark's enemies list. Which, speaking of, I may as well put them on mine. Am I allowed to keep an enemy list right now? Is that acceptable, or is that cut off from me? I can't release anybody. Oh yeah, they've added this system whereby you as a human player can use like the framework that the AI uses in order to communicate what you want in a way the AI understands. Makes it easier to interact with them. Yeah, it looks like I'm limited in what I can try to do at the moment. I don't have any valid rival candidates, yes, because I am a subject. I cannot keep my own enemies list, yet, formally in public. This will change. Got a nice mediocre economy going, little 1 ducat surplus a month. Maintaining what I have, so that's well and good. Throw another horse on the pile. What else have I got? No advisors, and with only a 1 ducat surplus, I can't really afford to throw one on at the moment. So I'll leave that be. I've started it off military focused. So what this is a mechanic, part of one of your tools for controlling your point flow here is that you can pick one category to be focused on, and by doing that you will cut 1 point off your income in the other 2 and shift them over here. So that's why we're getting 547 out of a 322 leader, because we've started off with military focus. And I could take that and shift it to another one, or release it and just be focus neutral, and then that goes on a 25-year cooldown for how often you can reset it. Which might sound at a glance like a ridiculous in an inordinate amount of time, but the campaign is 400 years long. This goes to like 1820. You will have time for many changes in focus, and army, I don't think that's really necessary right now. I'm willing to go neutral. Often neutral or administrative is a good focus early on, because there's a lot of stuff that's gated behind admin technology early on. And of course it depends on your situation. So yeah, mediocre economy, mediocre trade income. Our biggest trade node that we're operating in is the Baltic Sea. So, trade system. You have on the map provinces. Provinces have tax production and manpower ratings that they use to generate tax production and manpower. Tax value is just money that goes straight to the owner. Production does a bit of magic, though. So every province has a good it can produce, and that good has a value. and they will put that value into a trade node, depending on where they are. In that trade node, there's a pile of value that's created by all the provinces that are feeding into it, and there is this pie chart here of how much influence different countries have on the value of that node. The amount of power that we're able to shove in here determines how much of this value we get. So right now, yeah, I'll sort this by overall influence. Right now the Teutonic Order, surprisingly enough, has a whole lot of leverage here. They have control of some key provinces that are worth quite a bit. Danzig there. Huge influence over the value of the node. We're in second place though, so we're doing alright as far as other countries in the Baltic node. And so since this is our home node, and you can see on by the icons here, it's also the home node of these other countries, Livonia, Riga, and the Teutonic Order, we collect our share of the value in the node directly. But other countries, Denmark, Hamburg, Pomerania, etc. along here, they live elsewhere, so what they do with their share of the influence is they try to drag that value closer to their home. You can see this red bit of the pie chart here. That's value that is leaving the node and going elsewhere because of their influence. Similarly, we have value that's flowing into here from other places. You can see $2 are being pulled out of Novgorod and dragged our way, and 99 are coming in from Krakow? Yeah, that's called Krakow. And so we have this network of trade nodes all around the world that are shoving value from place to place. And if you grab strategically positioned land and position fleets in places and so forth, you can concentrate a whole lot of wealth into a trade node and then collect that mad stack of cash. The ideal points on the trade node that like value only flows into are like Venice and yeah, this English Channel Netherlands zone. That's another endpoint that just only receives, nothing takes from it. So those are usually your big heartlands of commercial value, but anywhere else can be pretty feasible. As long as you're able to hijack the right points on the network and just, you know, wobble all that funding around. And you can try to collect from a node other than your home one. It just takes one of your merchants, and you'll get an efficiency penalty if you're not collecting from home. So that's trade mechanics. As we sit about waiting for things to happen, as can do. Yeah, trade. We have a bunch of nodes in range. We can send merchants out to them to either collect in order to, you know, apply a little bit of extra power and give us bonus income, or steer, where they will take value in another node and try to wrench it a little harder in the direction we want. Both of our tradesmen are in neighboring regions helping to steer value. And that's a pretty good use of them. All of the globe is accessible, aside from reasonable, vast stretches which have been labeled wasteland, or being places where it would be infeasible to try and exert most control or maneuver an army around, like, you know, the depths of the Sahara, excepting a few corridors where there were notable trade routes and so forth. Zones which, throughout the scope of this game, did not experience significant permanent settlement which was fought over by nation-states. Mission system. Yes, I should do that. Missions. You get a little cluster of goals you can take on for yourself and rewards that will come out of them. 3 are available for draft at a time. You pick it, you can try to go after it. If you succeed, and get a prize. If you fail, you fucked up. You can cancel the mission if it's not going well. So I could try for more prestige, cash pile, or try to influence the Pope. I'd like the cash for now, or at least attempt the cash. Also on the screen, a bunch of decisions, just things you can do for benefits or to adjust your government if you meet requirements. And because we're a modestly sized country, we can actually drastically rework our government. We could reshape ourselves into a republic or a theocracy if we collect the appropriate ideas and stabilize and so forth. And we are one of many countries that has a unification that they can try to pursue, wherein if we secure enough key areas, we can aspire to be all of Scandinavia as one grand unified thing. That can... Forming unions gives you a different idea set that you can shuffle into, and has some immediate benefits, and you get to be relabeled and be like, yeah, I accomplished a thing. I became huge. Well done. And a bunch of these other ones, like these are mostly religious laws. Yeah, religious laws and tax policies that can do stuff for us. More of these will become available over time. Stability, we're plenty stable, we're not war-weary. The peasants are very low on the uppity index, they'll be fine, we're not overextended at all. Good stuff all around there. Tech, it'll be a while before we can tech anything. Religion! I could start attempting some papal manipulation. Let's see. We're getting 0.56 papal influence a year. I will send a diplomat to go buddy up with the Pope, since why not? I mean, what else are we gonna do with those diplomats? It's not like we're allowed to start fights. And so what that does... So there exists the Pope, who is currently influenced by the Pope. Unacceptable! And there exists the Curia, the Council of Cardinals, whose job it is to decide who will be the next Pope. And every Catholic country gets to fight it out, trying to win the favor of cardinals, or get people who like them appointed cardinal, such that when the current Pope dies, the next Pope will be favorably aligned to their country. And if you can get control of the Pope, you then gain a bunch of diplomatic things you can do. So yes, once we build up influence, we can invest it into trying to increase our chances of securing cardinals and going for the Holy See. Yeah, if you become controller, you can excommunicate people, or you can call crusades on heathens, which are both powerful diplomatic tools. And if we had influence, we could spend it on various beneficial shenanigans. Buying indulgences and improving our reputation, getting ourselves blessed for the good PR. Oh, that's nice. Spend 100 influence for stability by having a saint beatified. Have our wars declared holy if we're fighting appropriately heathenist things. And get papal sanction on a monopoly. Pretty good stuff. I will try to fight them. Moscow is invading Novgorod. Good. If only I had the power to defy my Danish masters and leap at the throat of these vulnerable businessmen. So yeah, that's what we can do as Catholics for our little special religious mechanic. There's also this Reform Desire stat that will drift up and down in response to various things. If it gets higher, you start seeing more heresies occurring, and it helps get the hypothetical upstarts with their crazy ideas about book translating off the ground when it's their time. Ah, the Danes have stopped supporting loyalists. Good. Good, I must grow strong if I am to overthrow our hated enemies. So yes, every other religion has its own little minigame thing they do that sits in this piece of the UI. And as a feature for being Catholic, we have improved tolerance of our own but reduced tolerance of heretics, where these are three relative groups of religions that always exist. People of the exact same religion you are, people of related but different religions, branded as heresies. So in our case, all branches of Christianity, Orthodox, Coptic, Catholic, the various Protestant branches, are mutually heretics to each other, and so they interact on that layer. In other regions, there are groupings like all the various branches of Islam view each other as heretical, but still within that layer of distinction. And like, there are various branches of Eastern faiths that are considered interrelated enough that they get grouped on that side of that mechanic. So like Buddhists, Confucians, practitioners of Shinto, and so forth, they're all closely related enough that they don't see each other as outright heathens, who are those fuckers out there who we don't even know what they believe. Crazy other folks of entirely distinct and different religions. And so those three layers of tolerance stat exist, and you can do things to manipulate these numbers around from their baselines. And so, like, the baseline for each of those, 3, -2, and -3, are legitimacy. One of the benefits it does is adding directly to each of these. And then, as Catholics, we are more permissive of our own, and there's benefits that trickle down out of that all over the place. But we are very, very touchy about different branches of Christian. It is very possible for us to become more angry at people who Christian wrong than at people who aren't Christian. It's a very easy slot to fall into when you're running a Catholic country if you decide to go hardline about things. Army management. Army stuff is fairly straightforward as well. You got 3 categories of unit, and at the start of the game you only have 2 of them anyway. You have infantry, you have cavalry, you have cannon, and they all have their things they do. Infantry are your very cheap, cost-effective meat wall that forms the core of the army. They do most of the fighting and the dying and the standing around waiting for fortresses to fall out. Cavalry hit very hard but are very expensive, and they are capable of, like, sneaking around and exploiting the edges of enemy formations in order to get advantages. Depending on which tech group you're in, you will have different ratios of cavalry that are optimal for you to use. You get diminishing returns if you have too many horses going on. They'll just get confused and have no idea what's going on. Artillery, in direct combat, they like offer support to other units. If they get caught alone, they get crushed, but if they have something else to stand in front of them, then they greatly strengthen that unit and help you deal intense damage to the enemy line. And between fights, they're extremely useful for busting down fortresses. They're also very expensive, though, so you usually keep relatively small amounts of artillery unless you yourself are huge and wealthy. And as you tech up, you unlock different sorts of unit that you can plug into each of those categories, depending on what tech you've reached and what group you are in. So for example, right now I could choose between, for my infantry, Latin Medieval, who are just this kind of basic, well-rounded guy, or Halberds, who are less durable in terms of morale, but hit a little bit harder for shock damage. And at each point along the tech scale, you get different spreads of choices you can make. Usually, like up at Tech 5, we're going to unlock 3 different infantry variants that you can choose between to adjust the fine points of how your army behaves. Likewise, you'll have types of cavalry that unlock, and types of cannon that unlock, and get to work with all of those as you move forward. And I already outlined the boat types: large, small, with oars, for transport. And they have their respective purposes. There is an amount of them that we can support efficiently that's determined by the size of your country and how well developed your provinces are. You can recruit more, but you start having to pay more and more on top of normal maintenance fees in order to run them, so it can run you down pretty hard. Morale is important. Very important core stat. It's your soft health. You run out of morale and the army breaks and flees from the fight. These tradition scores here, you build them up by using your armies and navies to do stuff, and spend them to create generals, who will then appear, have stats, live for a certain amount of time, and then vanish. Discipline, important overall stat. Defensiveness, that has to do with fort performance. Siege ability has to do with how well we beat up fortresses. And combat width, there is a stat that determines how many units we can fit in a fight at one time. If you bring more than that width of army to a fight, then you have a bunch of people left standing around who have no idea how to participate in this battle. They're just stuck on the sidelines. I will defy you, Denmark. This tab over here, this is the new mechanic that went in since the last time I had played a campaign, so this is all new to me. So inside of your country, you will have estates, who are different interest groups that you can try to cooperate with or risk angering as you do different things. And they all have a benefit they can give you if they like you, but carry problems if you let them get too powerful. And also have problems if they get too angry at you. Free prestige. Let's see, I've got the burghers, who, right now, being fairly neutral, just give me some trade efficiency. If I made them like me more, I could get more well, same amount of trade efficiency, less development cost. So that would help me build up provinces if I had the burghers friendly with me. Clergy are helping me with taxes. If they like me more, they could get me papal influence and reduce stability cost. And nobility, who give me manpower recovery, and could reduce land maintenance costs if they liked me more. I'm liking clergy right now as a core thing. They're all at half loyalty. Burghers have the least influence right now. And more influence intensifies the benefits or penalties they can give. Yes, and I can give them influence over lands. Clergy have some territory they control, the nobility as well. The burghers have nothing. And so I can, let's see, I could strip money out of the burghers in exchange for loyalty. Give them influence and loyalty at the cost of some prestige. Squeeze diplomatic power out of them for loyalty. Create a free master of mint. Well, yeah, free, but I need to have built up their influence enough. Alright. Create a free admiral, giving the burghers influence in the process, or draft some boats. Got a lot more options with the clergy right now. Admin support, donations. Spend prestige and legitimacy to give them influence and loyalty. Recruit and minister. Inquisitor. Or send papal emissaries that increases their influence and gives me pope influence. Y'all going for that at the moment. And for the nobles, I can call a parliament. Yeah, so that's the spend some prestige to be friendly to them. Not now, influenza. I am managing the nobility. Granted, general. Gain military power. Grab a minister out of them. Or get a quick burst of manpower. Alright, so those are all interesting. Anyway, flu, yeah, quarantine. That's just a little negative event. Not a big worry. It's one of those choose worse for less time or moderate problem for longer. I think it's the trade-off with the flu event. Flu's not a big deal. Some provinces sickly and frail. That is not my concern. Also sitting around here, the Holy Roman Empire is out there, and as a Christian monarchy, we could participate in its politics. But it would be difficult to get in edgewise, since we're not... None of Sweden is imperial territory right now, and we don't have any leverage over any imperial territory. Switzerland is usually fairly interesting. I mean, they're tucked away in there, doing their own thing. You can make them quite powerful. Earned that Pope influence. Not have active cardinals. Need to wait for cardinals to occur. There is a lot of waiting for dice to roll in the Pope mechanics. That's always been an issue with them. Yes, so Holy Roman Empire, a mechanic that has been a wonderful clusterfuck for a long time. Proud Europa tradition, proud historic tradition. So this blob, this wonderful pastiche is... This is the Holy Roman Empire. It is a huge, blendy smattering of tiny princedoms and little bits and pieces of bishoprics and other... Go look up an actual map of the internal divisions of the Holy Roman Empire and be aghast at how strange and colorful and jagged it is. So, amongst this, many of these little tiny countries are nominally part of the Empire, and nominally subject to the Emperor, who is currently, that's the wrong tab, currently from Austria. Fred von Habsburg here is the current Emperor. So, the Emperor gets a bunch of benefits based on how many countries are in the Empire, but has obligations to defend them from outsiders or try to restore their territory if it's been taken from others, and so forth. And when the current emperor dies, these fellows here, the electors, get to decide which country will hold the imperial crown next. And so the emperor, while receiving the benefits of being the emperor, needs to also fight for the approval of the electors, or subjugate the electors and force them at knife point to endorse their control in order to keep hold of this. New heir to the throne. Hello. Hello, Niles. You seem alright. 4 is nice. 1 is bad. Manageable, though. So yes, electors. So we can see here the degree to which they would consider us a possible candidate for voting, and that's not at all. We're a non-entity as far as the Empire is concerned, and marked here is who their current favored candidate for the throne is. So right now, at this spread, Austria would inherit, but it's very tight. Actually, no, that's Saxony. No, okay, so they both back Saxony. Alright, yeah. Saxony backs Saxony, naturally. Brandenburg agrees with Saxony. So it's a coin toss right now between the Saxons and the Austrians over there, for being the next emperor. So, part of being the emperor, you have this number here. That goes up when you do emperor things right, and goes down when you do emperor things wrong. If you build up enough of it, you can spend it to pass these laws here, if the electors let you. The electors and the rest of the princes, the 56 princes, they all get a vote on whether or not they think each of these laws is a good idea. And what each of them does is some benefit for the emperor, and some other benefit for everyone else. Most of the time. Eventually, the benefits for everyone else start to vanish, and the laws start restricting the powers of other countries in the empire that are not the emperor. Until finally, if an emperor does well enough and holds the title long enough and forces all these laws through, they can smash this whole thing together into a proper state and be huge. Suddenly, all of that will just be the Holy Roman Empire, one solid, contiguous entity filled with strength and wrath. Yeah, the answer is Central Europe didn't function at this time. This system created a constant, maelstrom of infighting and intrigue and backstabbing and sabotage that just kinda coughed and sputtered and limped along until eventually Napoleon ripped it apart. During his wars and conquests, he, at some point, occupied all of Central Europe and was just like, no, this is over. It's dumb and stupid and I hate it. It's gone. And so, the empire was no more. It is what is left of the, kind of the political legacy of earlier large empires, per the name, it tries to invoke Rome as a source of legitimacy, and it was endorsed by the Pope to some degree at various times, and at other times not. It claims its legitimacy by way of Charlemagne and a bunch of other stuff, but yeah, it's there. The Emperor can be quite powerful and punches above what its own territory would imply, and it's usually Austria. Austria's a powerful country on its own, and is really good at keeping that crown firmly clutched in its cold, icy fingers. So it will just absolutely hang on to that, and can do a lot with it. You gotta be careful about Austria. But anyone could, as a strategic move, try to get their foot in the door and leverage their way into imperial politics, if they want to go for that as a gamble. It is a system worth interacting with. Yes, and also there's this button here, where if, like Napoleon, you manage to beat the shit out of the entire empire, you can declare it defunct, and just sweep the mechanics off the board, and the HRE will no longer be there. Oh yes, and they have the dominant faith, where once Protestantism happens, things go full Thunderdome inside the HRE, because suddenly, oh, half the princes no longer respect the Pope, and these electors no longer respect the Pope, and these electors no longer respect the Pope in a slightly different way, and who will they elect? Oh, so now the Emperor's Catholic, now the Emperor's Protestant. I guess he's obligated to enforce unity of religion across the Empire, huh? Good luck with that. Europa ends in 1820-ish. There is plenty of Europing to do. Yes, Protestantism sends the fun level into overdrive in the HRE and the areas around it. So as the Swede, our current, most pressing goal is to be free of the Dane. May he always be reminded of how greatly we despise him. And look for ways to spread our wings once we're able to break that. Let's see, can I... No. As a lesser partner, we are not allowed to even try to marry. We don't have any cousins to marry. Our cousins are Denmark's cousins. We don't have our own royal family. We'll fix that someday. So once we are free, though, our objectives will be to try and scoop up whatever's left of Novgorod, because Moscow here will be quite capable of becoming Russia and be one of our greatest natural enemies. Naval research is wrong. You're wrong. Research is great. I have never given up research progress for prestige in one of those. You know where we'll get that prestige? By becoming the most advanced country in the world and crushing all who oppose us. So yes, Russia is one of our big natural enemies. Lithuania and Poland are quite hefty and will resist us in effort, but could be a natural ally against the Russians, so we'll want to keep our options open there. But yes, I want to get as much Novgorod as I can, since Moscow will be beating their faces in, and that makes them easy prey. And we're gonna fight Russia anyway, so we may as well deny Russia as much land as we can. Latvia over here has the Livonians and Riga. That's more good, juicy stuff. Let me check our culture group. Where would that be stored? Political maps. Culture! Alright, so here we are. We are the Swedes. Let me just select that again. So, we are Swedish, of culture Swedish, and we are considered similar enough to be in the same grouping as the Norwegians and the Danes. So, these lands contain people that are closely tied enough to us that you have fewer penalties involved if you occupy their land and annex them. There's less friction between them and their rightful dominators within our glorious kingdom. Whereas, say, the Finns and the Sami and the Karelians, they are quite different than us and will experience greater friction if placed under our boot. So it's a little inconvenient that we won't be able to have some sort of firm cultural union if we spread out in those directions, but that's not the end of the world. We can always make do at sword point, or gun point, or boat point. Boats are quite pointy. So we've hit as much friendliness as we could maintain with the Pope, so I'll just have that diplomat stay there and keep it from decaying. Popal influence will be useful to us. I'm gonna try and keep them nice and friendly. This is the vanilla start that I am going off of, this irregular. This is not an imported game. Perfectly ordinary Europe. Doing perfectly ordinary Euro things. Let's see, where are those territories that have been handed off to our factions? Got some noble and some clergy land in Finland. And some more noble and clergy land over here in the main country. If they make up enough of your tax base, then other ethnic groups can become accepted and have some of the penalties burned off. For example, Finnish is an accepted culture here right now, even though they're not in group. Because the Finns make up a significant portion of our population, they have like a degree of leverage in the power structure of our society. They're able to settle in. Our government views the Finns as honorary Swedes, I guess. So there is less difficulty keeping track of them than there would be otherwise. Let's see. Yeah. Here, let's compare a properly finished province. That may just be no penalties at all. They may have adjusted that, simplified it. Yes, and so there's two thresholds. One at which a culture becomes accepted, and then another one at which they will leave acceptance, and that is lower. And there are ways to manipulate that to make it easier to run a multicultural empire if that's the direction you go. We can take a look at Novgorod's culture. I can also put this on the quick maps somehow. Should be able to put that on the quick map. There we go. So, let's see. Most of Novgorod is actually not Russians. At this point, they have lost most of their Russian territory to Moscow. Yeah, but I might be able to snag, like, Karelians if there's enough of them, as represented by, like, the tax ratings on the provinces. Speaking of, so all your provinces have these ratings that determine how much stuff comes out of them, and what I can do is I can spend power points to increase these ratings and develop the province to make it larger and stronger. And the cost to do that per rating will scale up as I do further growth, and there are ways that you can reduce that cost. Like you can see, because Stockholm's our capital, it's 5% cheaper in order to develop versus baselines elsewhere. Terrain type is a big thing that influences that. I can find somewhere mountainous, yeah, Lapland over here. Or, that's not mountainous, but it's forested and it's frozen, so it is far more expensive than Samaland over here, which is just heavily forested, so a little tricky to urbanize, but not a big deal. And Stockholm's just fine. Its only cost adder is that it's already pretty big. Well, not really. It's 13 points developed, just to go benchmark. Let me go poke some other notable cities here. London is size 22. Paris. Dig them out of here. Paris is size 32. Venice is over here. Size 27. Rome size 28. Constantinople size 34. If I could see any of the Far East, I would go benchmark against like Kyoto and Beijing and so forth. I could check Baghdad. I can see Baghdad. Where are you at, Baghdad? Baghdad's a nice healthy size 19. Map mechanics, so there is, each country has an amount of the world that they actually know about mapped. Everywhere else is covered in this fog, which we cannot enter unless we train an explorer. Or if it's land that belongs to someone you're at war with, you're allowed to march through it, but it's very difficult, because you have no idea where you are or where you're going. Quite tricky. And so, map progress, if you can get explorers, you can start actively removing map, and then a certain amount of time after an area is mapped, that information will propagate out to other countries. So even without doing any exploration, eventually we will get to piggyback on the work done by the English and the Spaniards and so forth, and we will know more about the world. Japan, which is sitting under the fog of war roughly here, starts the game fractioned between a bunch of sub-states, and they have a kind of HRE-like system for the shogunate, where all the little subordinate tiny countries, the daimyos, have to fight it out with each other to try and win the title and get responsibilities, and one of them, if they get huge enough, can declare themselves a new empire and bring the country together. Still waiting. Well, at least be able to grab a couple of technologies soon, those come in. So, tech groups, that's another big mechanic. So, various batches of country around the world. Did they give me a map type for it? Probably. A tech map. Let's throw that on there. So, tech map actually doesn't inform me anything about that. Regency. Okay, this has potential. So what has happened here, in a monarchy, if your ruler dies at a time when there is not an appropriately aged heir in place, you will temporarily receive a Regency Council government, whose stats are usually garbage, and has limited responsibilities. So right now, the King of Denmark, who is also our king for now, is dead, and the heir to the throne is this tiny baby. Little baby Niles here. Tiny baby Neil. So he can't be in charge, so some bumbling cluster of idiots is trying to run Denmark. And that is going to tank the legitimacy of the country, which should help us sneak out from under them and become our own thing. Probably. There's potential. We can hopefully exploit this. Nice list of modifiers to be able to look at. Just all the stats tucked away in their own little thing. So yeah, once he hits I think it's 16 is the threshold, he is then allowed to be crowned properly and become your nation leader. Until then, maybe 14. Could be 14, but yes, until the kid is at least teens, he will not, we will not be using his stats. And you can see on this list here that if something goes wrong with Niles, then the game can start looking for a different suitable heir from other countries that have dynastic ties to the Danes, and that's where you can start getting succession wars where countries will fight it out over trying to slap unions on each other in order to secure territory. As of this generation, Paradox game netcode is getting decent and fairly stable. You'll still sometimes have the game desync and so forth, but you need to reload, but it's not as impossible as it used to be in ages gone by. It would be a shame if something happened to that baby, if only I had a kill baby button somewhere in my diplomacy options. Sadly, it's not the case. Someday, and that day may never come, I'll have my way with you, Denmark. There is far less personal murder, far more systemic murder, as you carry out grand military actions and so forth. So I was explaining tech groups before that Regency popped up. Let's allow time to resume. So, countries. You have technologies in these three categories. You spend points to buy tech. Tech does stuff of various sorts. And how much a tech costs varies for many reasons. One of which is governed by your groups. So countries are sorted into technology groups. West Europe, East Europe, Middle East. The Ottomans have their own tech group. There's an India tech group. There's a Steppe Nomads tech group. There's a Far East tech group. There's a North America and Mesoamerica tech group, and so forth. And each of those has a different base tech cost. I listed them in roughly ascending order of tech cost that they've managed to finally calibrate such that it's not especially punishing. The more expensive groups will tend to fall behind Europe, but not by unrecoverable amounts, and what all those other groups have as an option, if they brush up against Euro groups and are being outclassed by Euro groups, they can launch a bunch of internal reforms to shift over into Western group and get Western group tech costs and so forth. But anyway, so another part of this is if there is someone else in your group who is more advanced than you are, your price for that technology goes down. So it is easier to catch up than it is to step out and be the front runner. But of course you're then paying the premium of being a little behind the curve in exchange for value of saving points. So it's something you consider. Oh, they have evened out the unit pips. That is something they corrected, such that at each tech group has similarly powerful units at each tech rating. So that, yeah, military 20 France is not... If you have a military 20 France and a military 20 China, you can expect their armies to hit similarly hard. rather than having the series of layers of other invisible white man bonuses stacking up to unreasonable degrees. They have done a lot over the course of Europa 4's lifespan to make things more competitive and thus interesting, as far as unit balance goes. Good stuff for all of that. Early on here, progress-wise, I'm probably going to my usual openings. So at Admin Tech 5, I unlock my first idea group. I usually make that first idea set a diplomatic one, because diplomatic tech isn't hugely important in the early game. Military tech, extremely important, because these first few military bonuses are huge in terms of marginal gains. Like getting a quarter point of tactics when we have only half a point of tactics right now, that's big. That's significant. Getting half a point of morale on top of the current 2.5 points of morale, that's big. Getting the next half point, marginally less important. But missing that first half point, a big deal. And there's similarly powerful bonuses on military tech 5, 6, and 7 very quickly along the line. Whereas the benefits for Diplotech are not too potent early on. I'll use caution there. I am not hugely ambitious. So yeah, I usually admin up to get my first idea group. I make it diplomatic ideas, because the ideas are similarly powerful to a number of technologies, such that, like, getting all of the trade ideas would be as useful to us as getting an idea group's worth of trade technology, so we're actually not falling behind in that category. Whereas, again, keeping your admin up is how you get yet more idea groups. It's also how you get access to more government types, and those have a lot of powerful benefits sitting around inside of them. So admin you usually don't want to fall behind in. If you swap out an idea group, you do lose the benefits of those ideas. You get a partial refund for the ideas that you have bought out of it, though. I don't think that's particularly worth it, unless something very drastic has happened to your country to change your benefits. There's probably niche strategies where it's worthwhile. Colonialism tree is probably more powerful during the initial scramble, but it still remains useful. There is a lot of territory to colonize. You will be if you are doing the colony game, you will be continuing to settle things for quite a while. Your colonists do have other benefits than just grabbing territory, and there are non-colonizing benefits in these trees, like explorers and conquistadors. Well, those will eventually run out of use, but even when you don't have that use for them, there's still generals and admirals. Range, that's directly for growth. These save you so much on trying to colonize that it is very valuable if you're doing that. Global tariff boost. There you go. That's one that stays with you. Naval force limit. That's good shit. Permanent CB against primitives, which is the unfortunate label they have chosen to abbreviate tech groups that are far enough behind yours that your folks don't see them as people and project all the old imperialist ambitions. We could found Swedish colonies if we got ourselves into the position for it. But yes, my usual priority then is to fill out a diplomatic group, usually trade, because hey, cash dollars are amazing. This is not a random New World, it's Vanilla New World, and it's not Sunset Invasion Vanilla New World, since this is not a converted game. So there's just regular Mesoamerica out there doing its thing. The Doom counter is running hot for somebody. Aztec Thunderdome is underway. So then, usually with idea groups, you do want to bounce around and even things out as far as categories, so that you're not digging too heavily into one supply of points. And also because all of the ideas are good at whatever they're for. So I'll usually bounce around diplomatic. Military can be a decent second one to grab, because usually by then you're starting to smooth out the benefits of individual military techs and are starting to want to specialize your army in the various directions that you can take these. Or dipping into admin, because plenty of powerful admin ideas, and a lot of admin idea groups are prerequisites for like special laws and customs and government conversions. Like if we wanted to become a Swede republic, just wander back over and find that button. Oh hey, more support limit. Give me a horse. We must become mighty. Anyway. Decisions! Yes. So, if I took trade ideas and economic ideas, and had at least 40% of my national income as trade, I could become a merchant republic. Which is its own little government that gets a bunch of side benefits for trade-related stuff. Alternatively, if I take aristocratic and influence ideas and stabilize, I could become an oligarchic republic, which is your baseline for the normal progress track of republics, where instead of doing this whole dynastic houses and heirs and families thing, you have elections regularly, wherein you can either pick a new, fresh dude of mediocre but reliable stats, or retain a leader that you had previously elected and have their stats grow a little bit. However, if you keep holding on to the same leaders for too long, you start to wear out your Republic tradition, which you get to replace the legitimacy. And if you run out of Republic tradition, your current president declares themselves president for life, and you flop back over into a dictatorship. Which is a valid strategy that some people will deliberately do, because you can use Republic mechanics to kind of groom yourself a very powerful initial king, just by having them run a bunch of consecutive terms and do well in office. Yeah, that's us a little bit mightier and remaining fairly stable. I think I'll start to fire these galleys, actually. These galleys, and I'm not sure if I need 6 cogs for anything. That is enough to transport half of my army, but... Yeah, I think I'd rather scrap the galleys, even if they are very cost-effective fighters on this sea. And build some more trade boat. And there's government manipulating stuff that you can probably do if you let the various estates get out of hand and seize too much power. That they will flip out and exert undue influence over matters of state. Yeah, let's get those trade boats built and sent out into the water. You can see here, indicated by this little dotted red line, that our dear little island of Åland there is in position that you can actually walk an army from the mainland to the island and back off of it again, as long as there's not a hostile navy occupying either of these seas. Got that nice helpful strait there. Similarly, there are straits here at Ozil, where it could be walked to, or could be blockaded. Gotland is completely isolated. It's an island proper. What would happen if we gave the burghers power? Should we empower the burg? Is Sweden ready to become a burgocracy? I'm a neutral prestige. Moderate negative prestige is not a big deal. Yeah, let's empower the Berg. Live Berg, love Berg. Using Swede as a business. Probably start to contemplate what I am going to, what roles I'm going to assign to various cities in order to develop them appropriately. Because this whole system of buying levels of development in the categories to decide what your province produces then combines with the building system, where your total amount of development in a province determines how many slots you have to put buildings into, and then each of the buildings does something fairly powerful once you throw it in there. Admin tech is ready. There you go. So now we've unlocked the church. A building that you could throw down. Part of the taxation family of buildings. The church would give us a plus 40 tax modifier on that province, which is quite substantial, and becomes increasingly so if you put it in a very tax-heavy province. Whereas that bonus is not as noticeable if you put it in a very production-heavy or very man-heavy province. And the church is then upgradable at higher tech levels to a cathedral, which is like the church but more powerful. You can then see, at a glance all around here, other categories. We have like the markets that give more trade influence to the province, so you would put that in your most tradey and producey provinces to get huge amounts of leverage over your node. Navy buildings that give you more boat limit per province, or let you build and repair boats faster and cheaper. Production boosts for more production income. Unrest suppression is useful if you have dicey areas, but it also leads into... or no, those don't lead into that. The university is its own thing that makes it easier to urbanize. More building slots, lower development cost, powerful potential long-term influence army buildings, add more manpower, or add to your national force limit. Forts, build larger forts, build stronger forts. Forts are very expensive to maintain though, so you can't spam them everywhere. And manufactories, a one per province thing, where depending on what kind of good is made here, you can put a manufactory down to get an extra point of good produced, which is twice your normal base production from the area. So that's... you can get a lot done with well-positioned manufactories. Actually, I had that map up for a reason. I was going to look around to see if I had any... produces more goods here. That's a useful local modifier. Not the one I was looking for, though. Nice, though. Just damn. 5 points of copper. That's good. That is nice. So we should probably build up this place as a production zone. And get a lot out of that. A hefty pile of copper. So it looks like we don't have any trade node provinces. If I zoom in this away, you can see this icon here. This is a coastal center of trade. So it's easy to urbanize, it produces extra trade influence. It's also a river estuary, so it produces more trade influence there. So yeah, like Danzig, very powerful province as far as business manipulation goes. That is one where you would set up marketplaces, because doubling that already very large amount of trade power would go a long way. Are there any of those on the other? Yes, there's one in Norway for exerting influence over the North Sea Zone. North Sea Zone can feed over into Denmark, into the Lubeck Zone. So potentially, once we break free, punish our oppressors, and ascend to our rightful place as a great valiant eagle dominating all of the far north. Damn religious tolerance! Why you gotta be a brother of the faith, Denmark? I will destroy you. My attitude towards Denmark is fuck you, you're not my real dad. I just want you to know that officially, by way of the mechanics. Be it stated. I'm watching you, Danes. I could declare a war of independence, but I do not yet feel like I have the right leverage for it, and they have friends who would come in to help. If it comes right down to it, I can just start a hot revolution. I will try my best to leverage public opinion. Pike Square, get that all around me. Yeah, next one. Land Tech 5, we unlock our next infantry type. And get a bunch of shock, more supply limit, more width. Powerful stats. So yes, Norway has one for North Sea Zone, and once we go up and become great and mighty, we'll probably collect trade at Lubeck, and then navigate trade elsewhere. Because, like, if I leverage control in the North Sea is one of the ways that you can receive trade value from the Americas. So that provides us with a conduit that we could use to pull value in from the world at large. Although it'll be hard to control the North Sea when so much of it is dominated by Northern Britain. It will be a fight. And look at the legitimacy. Look at that. Bleeding out horribly on the ground because of this regency. The Danes are just completely on the ropes. There's nothing they can do. Their legitimacy is completely tanked. Thus ours as well, because we have to share a monarch with these idiots, but we'll deal with that. They can't hold out forever. They trust us, though. They believe the Swede is highly trustworthy. Danish prestige is currently at -23. So yeah, they're not having the best of times over there. Oh, and those tech ups mean that we are mighty. Look at our relative power. Look how disloyal we are. We might be able to take... let's see, they have 15,000 soldiers. 9 infantry, 6 cavalry. That's a pretty good general, 3-4. And they have a sizable navy. Although much of that... a lot of that capacity for soldiers is coming out of the fact that they have us as junior partners, us in Norway. Norway will have to fight them as well. Cannot encourage them to defy our master. Norway, my brother, we are friends. And friends don't let friends suffer under the cruel, oppressive yoke of the swarthy Dane. I'll try to use every tool at my disposal to convince them that this is not their war. Am I able to find out what their loyalty to the Danes are? Perhaps from the Danish screen. No info about that. What's irritating is because we're sharing the legitimacy with them, we have to suffer the penalties of having legitimacy tank. Oh, we are not at fault. We must pay for the sins of our decadent southern neighbors. So how do I generate an active cardinal? What provokes this? I actually very rarely play Christian European countries in Euro 4, so I am completely off the fence regarding how this works. Cardinals may be province-driven. Alright, that may just be something that's stuck up in the air. Like the tool I would use to increase it would just be to go get more land and make it appropriately based though. How can I entrust something to the burghers? We could start investing in this copper mine. I'm left wondering, like, I'm looking around for where these modifiers are. It is the new mechanic that came in with the, oddly enough with the Cossacks expansion. Or something like that. Alright, there we go. There's the estates. They're inside of the building panel. So over here, there is clergy. Doing as clergy do. And local benefits of that. Minimum autonomy, which is a bad thing. That's a drawback. But the autonomy does not influence tax modifier. And unrest is reduced. So yes, they are a further tool for specializing what our provinces are about. So let's see, could I take this here province and make it burghish? Only if I were a republic, or the province is developed at least 10 points, or has at least 5 points of trade power. Or if the province owner were a republic, listed twice for some reason. This is currently size 4. Autonomy is a number that you are fighting against generally and prefer to work down over time. There's just various degrees to which you're allowed to deal with your autonomy. Like different government types will have different minimum autonomy thresholds that you can fall to, and different rates at which they bleed autonomy. There are events where you can choose to either suffer some other effect or allow a little bit of local authority to take over and suffer the autonomy penalty for a time. When you've conquered land recently, it'll be very autonomous until you're able to grind it down and properly absorb it into your administrative mass. Let's see, of the trade goods that exist in my country right now, let me just go find that map. Trade goods. Copper, iron, iron, iron. Bunch of grain. Naval supplies. Actually, that grain is inside of Denmark right now. Grain, fish. Fish. Fur up here in the depths of Finland. A little bit of naval supply, a little bit of grain. Grain in Stockholm itself, so I'm fine with making Stockholm kind of tax-focused. Just going for raw population count as far as developing there. And you cannot put an estate on your capital. So to make this eligible for estatehood, gold is still quite powerful in terms of cash value of resources when you can find it. Because gold just does its whole thing of pouring money directly into the treasury and not interacting with trade mechanics at all. Yeah, Iron's worth 3, copper's worth 3 as well. Fish are worth 2.5, fur is worth 2. Gold is powerful but dangerous, because... So another big top-level numbers drifting around mechanic is your inflation rate. Various bad things can happen to devalue your currency, drive up the cost of things. And if that gets too high, then it can cause horrible, drastic collapses of your economy. If your country has a lot of gold mines and not a lot of other sources of income, you will inflate drastically as your currency becomes worthless and your market is flooded with endless waves of horrible gold. There are ways to manage it. Yeah, Mansa Musa was before the time of this, but Mali is in there under the fog and is similarly powerful and wealthy. And similarly prone to succumbing to endless deluge of gold. Spaniards get pretty vulnerable to it too. There are gold mines in Castile, and if they go after the Aztecs, they will be flooded with even more New World gold. Long-term problem for short-term gain. Decisions relating to our policies towards the nobles. We could either flatter them with piles of money, but harm the economy, or be a little rude to them, or be aggressively rude to them. Let's see, nobles. Improving my manpower recovery. Could cut into my manpower and maintenance if they got too mad. They're at 50 loyalty right now, though. 49 influence. So dropping 10 points of loyalty is recoverable. Yeah, no worries there. The national ideas will clear in roughly 65. I think I will start investing trade points into this copper mine. This remarkably huge copper mine. And we can't over-specialize the province. We need to do some degree of leveling out in order to drive it higher. There we go, so that's it, developed up to 11 points. We've improved the level of trade power that it's giving, the amount of trade value. And all that good stuff. Now I'm gonna consider handing it over to the Bergman. Where we'd have minimum autonomy that doesn't apply to our production, trade power, or naval force limit. 50% more trade power, 10% more goods produced. And the burger modifiers would stay the same. This will give them 15 influence. Good. Enjoy, Berg. Run this copper mine into the ground. That is the direction that mining occurs, as I understand it, so that is an appropriate directive to give you. To the ground. And below. Deep as you can. Find copper. It's in there somewhere. I'd expect. Unless you discover that copper falls from the sky or grows on trees or something, if that is the case, then pursue it appropriately. If you can fish it out of rivers, do that. Retrieve copper by any appropriate means. As you do. So that's got them up to... Spend Diplo points and lose burger loyalty, or I'll burn a mercantilism. Right, iron falls from the sky. We know that, but what if there's also sky copper? I mean, just because we haven't found it yet doesn't mean it's not out there. What if sky iron contains small amounts of copper? It could. Maybe. And if there's sky gold, then you better believe we gotta get at the forefront of figuring that one out. Yeah, that's the burgers up to 35 influence. I'll try to help them chip away at that. Cardinal distribution continuing to drift around. Currently mostly English, Aragon, France. One Dane. Where's this Danish cardinal from? Skane. Cardinal of Skane. Skane, which is ours by right. I should start justifying wars. That's something I can probably do while chafing under the savage rule of my overlord. Skane is clearly, rightfully, of the Swede. Orichalcum is not an iron. Orichalcum is a particular bronze alloy from the way old times. At least that is, in Greek, that is what it refers to, a particular old bronze. One believed to originate from Atlantis. The word was also picked up by the Romans to refer to a particular mix used for coinage. Wherein the Latin word was formed and used because the resulting metal looked kinda goldish, but wasn't gold. You know, it was just kinda gold-like, gold-esque. Rightful ownership. The Dane is weak! We have borne our claws, and the Dane has submitted. They are without power or honor. They are a helpless paper tiger, sure to fold the moment we bring forth our true strength. Let's see. And if the estates don't hold enough territory, they get fussy. Let me commission a new boat to celebrate. But we have managed to retrieve Gotland just by way of diplomatic event. Welcome home, Gotland. It's good to have you. And let's see. The clergy are unhappy with having slightly less than necessary, and they will bleed loyalty if they remain unhappy. What is that ratio based on? Seems to just be ordinary. Stay flat amounts, yeah, 15 for them. And the burghers are happy with less land. Perhaps have no expectations of being land, as they are burgmen. I could give Gotland to the clergy. Let's see, it's fairly well balanced. Less on manpower than other categories. Produces wool, though. Wool is nice. Got some good value that I wouldn't want to undercut. Gotland is Burgland, absolutely, I agree. Rightful territory of the mighty Burg. Let's see, what would I consider good clergy land? Finland is already clergy. Autonomy does have the benefit of reducing unrest and revolt risk in places that have autonomy. I think that's a direct... No, it is not. Autonomy on its own is purely negative, as one should expect. Alright, it's that you can reduce unrest temporarily, on the scale of decades at a time, by relaxing your control of a province and granting more autonomy. That one's already clergy. The estates already have control of all the shittiest land in the country. Cannot find a worse hole to throw them in. Alright, here you go. Right there on the border. Have fun. Although I do kind of want to appeal to them for some Pope control if I can get it. No, I already did. Alright, there's just a cooldown on that. Send the clergy to spread powerful truths of our undying hatred for the Dane. Right, I can only fabricate one province at a time against one target nation, so I gotta wait for that one to clear up before I further escalate my machinations. Fabricate against Novgorod. Let's see. Eva itself is a powerful trade node. May as well go all in with it. Commission another boat to top off the fleet. Yes, Novgorod the Republic currently lacks Novgorod the province. They have been shoved out of it by fearsome Russians. Moscow is doing as it does. Found themselves a good rampage over the Golden Horde, by the looks of it. Yep. That's Moscow. I am relatively fated to be at odds with the Russians. It's not entirely in stone, though. There is... It's possible to be neighbors and not fight with another large power, as long as you have an appropriate secondary hated neighbor to vent your anger against. Whoever it could be. Yeah, they will tend to try to go after our Finns. Russia likes to take Finland. Right, I feel like more plotting. Need some good plotting throughput, so I'll hold off on maintaining our full, lovely, sunshiny relations with His Holiness. And once the diplomat gets home... Red Adolf Kong here. Königsmark. Yeah, go fabricate on the Norwegians. I mean, look at that. That's obvious. How can that possibly be a legitimate border? That doesn't make any sense. That's just stupid. How did you so badly work this? How did you guff this up? Draw a line down the middle. We get one side, you get the other. That's not a line. That is not the Tsar's fingers on the edge of the ruler. That is an insult. Yes, our very well-argued claim of, come on, look at this! You call this a map? This is not cartography at all. So yeah, relevant nearby trade nodes. Baltic Sea, our home node. Lubeck and North Sea over here on the side. North Sea is kind of our access point for oceanic trade out that way. Lubeck is our probable eventual collecting node to concentrate into. And then over on the east, White Sea, Novgorod, and Krakow all feed towards our home main zones. That's all places we want to leverage over. And then looking further out, Kiev, Kazan, all of this has the potential to divert our way. It's kind of three main avenues by which trade value will flow across the old world. There's the North Road that'll take it through Central Europe. There's the oceanic routes that'll bring it across India, and then once it gets to India, it can either pass through the Middle East and end up in the Mediterranean, or head around the south end of Africa and end up on the Atlantic coast. Our agent was discovered, so that's going to slow down their mission a bit, and the AI knows the mission is happening and will be a little peeved that we have the audacity to assert our long-standing historical legitimacy as the rightful rulers of, where are we aiming to? Neva, yeah. Neva, that's definitely a Sweden. I imagine it would be kind of hellish for Lithuania sitting there, being a Catholic monarch over a mostly Orthodox country. That's going to cause them all kinds of grief, probably. They might have some traditions to help combat that. There are ways you can invest into making that tolerable, but yeah, there's your unity score here, which gets whittled down if you have improperly faithed provinces. Once that drops, fun times occur. You enter a certain zone where things are less than ideal. Alright, we have achieved absolute disloyalty. Complete desire for liberty. And sitting at minus 10 prestige, they have hit Miltech 4. So yes, in the case of Lithuania here, these provinces that they have that are locally Orthodox but stuck under a Catholic ruler will receive various penalties due to the friction that is occurring between the local population and their ruler. Who else despises the Dane? Who would be willing to back us in our bid for freedom? Okay, understandable, but not helpful. Yet not useful to know that the Mamelukes would be about that. Scotland, England, Poland, relevantly. There's an idea I need in order to agitate for freedom. Tell me more, idea groups. Where might you be? Privateers, vetting, rumor mongering, destabilizing efforts. Alright, so that's part of the espionage idea group, which is one I usually don't grab. However, surely somewhere in here there is a ask to support our independence. Yes, there it is. England is busy fighting their own wars right now, so they're out. Poland, are you peaceful? You are. What would you think of this? Not enthused, but largely because they don't care about Denmark. Understandable. And a lot of the closest countries would be more interested in our independence, or more interested in spiting the Danes, are too small to feel like they could participate meaningfully. They're very nervous. Livonian Order, highly disinterested. Moscow, extremely disinterested. May have to face the Dane alone. Finish up a wave of claims. Then let's see, I have 18,000 manpower. Nearly 19. What of my masters? Denmark has 16,000. So while they have more soldiers in the field, I can just barely outlast them. Religions will have various mild inherent bonuses directly attached to them, which sit in these slots up here, and they have a different mini-game that sits in this slot that does its own little things to help influence your country, like Orthodox nations manage how much influence they give to the local patriarchs of the various churches versus restricting them, and that lets them trade off different bonuses. If you're playing as a Muslim, they have a little slider that they manage that's built around how pious the monarch himself is, how much he balances like the secular or clerical religious role of leadership. So that lets you trade between different bonuses. I am not Quebecois, I am Ontarian. In terms of where I am right now, culturally I am a strange blend of having lived over many parts of the Canada. Location-wise, I am in Ontario. Bulk Ontario. Deep Ontario. Well, no, deep you'd probably call the swampy bit up north. That's Deep Ontario. Darkest Ontario. Cold Ontario. The vastness of the shield. New Pope. New Pope loyal to Milan. Okay, good to know. A Pope that controls itself is potentially a very dangerous tool. Because, like, an element of using the diplomatic options you get out of Pope control requires the Pope to also dislike your targets. So that's kind of a natural check and balance on it that needs to be mitigated. If the Pope is independent-minded and self-determining, then they just excommunicate anyone they hate, and that has consequences. Getting excommunicated can tank your stability and your legitimacy, and gives every Christian just free reign to just go after you if they want. Good times in the excommunication zone. You can play as the papacy. You can play as anybody, if you feel like it. And that whole possibility of that feedback of a pope who has pope control and then just goes berserk. Berserker Pope is an interesting state to run. When the Pope has many divisions. Alright, so our fort here means that when we fight the Dane, they must break through Småland before reaching the interior, unless they choose to bypass it with boats. Which they could. They have the boats for it. But yeah, let's go looking around here. So they have a fort in Skane at a fairly... Well, no, fort level 2 is not huge. 2 is a baseline fortress. That's a better-than-nothing fortress. So yeah, that's countryside, that's countryside. If we go on the offensive, we have to take Skane. And if we win the war, taking Skane will further secure our interior against Danish aggression. And then right behind it, there's the capital. So yeah, this war will be decided by whether or not we can take Skane, although getting to the capital would require breaching the Danish navy, which we're not really equipped to do. So effectively it'll be fight over these provinces, take hold of them, and just wait it out. Because if we can take our objectives in the war, we can just build up passive score off of that. So at this point, unless they have forged some unfortunate alliances, Pomerania and Mecklenburg would join them. But how many troops does that actually bring to the fight? Mecklenburg has... Mecklenburg has 11,000 manpower, and where is army comparison? Not getting it on this page. They may have tucked that away somewhere to keep it from being too exploity. I don't think they bring much, though. We'll go fishing around, because it's important to know whether they've removed that. Alright, here we go. Armies tab. Yes, hello. All of it. Excellent. So, largest armies, Timurids, French, Ottomans, etc. Making our way down. There's the Pope. There's the Uzbeks, Milan. There's the Danes with their 15,000 men. And their 17,000 men to support. So... Mecklenburg is looking insignificant here. Mecklenburg! 6,000 guys, not a big deal. And who was their other ally? Pomerania. The Pomeranians have... Oh, sorted this in reverse. Pomeranians... 9,000. Less insignificant, but not capable of winning a fight on their own. It'll take some threat management, but it is possible. I find this feasible. Also, as a revolution, our proper goal for the war is just to survive. The longer the capital stays intact. There we go, we immediately impose our shiny new king! Hail, Karl Forstena. Hail, Karl! Our great overlord. Karl, King of Swedes. Karl VIII. We've had 7 previous Karls, apparently. Somewhere. Yeah, those are decent numbers. The stats for rulers are on a 1 to 6 scale. So yeah, 3s and 4s are good stuff. That's quite adequate. It's not the 101 Regency Council the Danes are stuck with right now. I should give them a general. For which my options are to either spawn one and hope he's any good, or have Carl take to the field. Carl will lead the charge. Carl is adequate as a general. Not great because shock is much more important than fire in the early game, so having no shock is kind of bad. This other Carl, despite having fewer stats overall, is probably better for us in terms of fight winning right now. And because we're independent, our force limits are now higher, because we're not giving away that value to the oppressor. So I can recruit 3 more land dudes and 4 more boats. I can't afford the boats right now, though. So those are going to sit idle. I'm going to call back this trade patrol, because they're just asking to get their faces caved in by the Danes. I am unsure how much punishment I'd be able to get away with in terms of fighting the Danes. Ah yes, the Norwegians are also going to get involved, so that's inconvenient. But I can start growing the army. Just gently. And if I have time to get it revved up to full size, I will be larger than the Danish army proper. Although not larger than the combined forces of... There we go, all our boats died. They didn't make it to harbor in time. Blockade commences! Welcome to inescapable blockade hell. Our war enthusiasm is high, as indicated by this green horse. Yep, so that was occupied quickly because it's not a fortified province. It just takes like a week of standing around to flip it over. And they're breaking up. They are not staying massed, and that will be what saves me. Potentially. Yeah, those guys are wandering off to Nark, so they're not even trying to flank this army. Get leverage over them. It's gonna be hard, because Hans here is an excellent general, 3-4. He's quite powerful, especially against our Carl. Got the terrain working in our favor, being on the defensive, but that's not much. Yeah, he's still dealing more damage. Yeah, that's us bored. All it took was bad dice rolls, so let's back off. At least try to as soon as we can. Retreat as possible tomorrow, do it. Just do it, pull the trigger, get out of there. I will look to recruit further dudes as we recover in Stockholm. Potentially recover enough to go swat the Norwegians since they've wandered off on their own. If we lose our War of Independence, we just resume being a junior partner. We just go back under the boot. Possibly they could demand more from us, depending on the peace treaty. The army needs to back off and recover. If they do recover quick enough, I can stomp out this Norwegian army. Let time resume. Oh, I accidentally sent a white peace offer rather than just leave the peace interface. Which is fine, because they rejected it anyway. Holstein, what the hell are you doing here? I guess you belong to someone? You are a Danish vassal. Ark is occupied. So fortunately, the main Danish army has settled in and needs to besiege our fortress. That takes time. Less time than it would if they didn't have the blockade, but still, it'll take a while for them to finish that off. Oh, cash is hurting. Yes, borrow the money. Debt is our friend. We have failed to accumulate money. Shame upon our banks. Befriending the Livonians is a pretty easy goal to try to attain. That should hammer out quickly. And here come the bad guys. Yeah, there's enough everyone else that actually we're like outnumbered 2 or 3 to 1 here. Yeah, we are outnumbered by lots. We are not even remotely strong enough to deal with these guys. This war poorly thought out. War status borked. Cancel those. We're not gonna get them. Yes, the Pomeranians are here as friends of the Dane. Despicable things that they are. Did our army... I think our army was just vaporized. Was it? Where are they? Nope, they escaped to Finland. Okay. If those blockades manifested at the wrong times, then they would have been just crushed out of existence. As suddenly their retreat would be cut off, and then they would explode as the hostiles were able to follow up, finish them off. We start wars, we fuel wars. Winning wars, that's a work in progress. At least we are causing the Danes to suffer. Even if we fail on the battlefield, we may yet win. Behind the scenes, from within the shadows, we are able to appropriately strain the Dane. What would the Swede want? To strip us of all of our territory! Damn! This war was perhaps poorly thought out. When did I start it? Last year. Fortunately, in his limitless wisdom, the All-Father granted me prophetic visions of what dire fate could befall our great nation if we were to rise too soon against our hated masters. And peace was restored. The scheming must intensify. This is what happens when you crown Karl Emperor. Never appoint a Karl. Yes, I should not do that again until I can get some sort of backer from overseas. Of which the closest we have to support was the Poles. I should start looking to them for some kind of sympathy. As the Poles consolidate, they're more likely to start considering the Danes worthy of note, at which point they'll want to spite the Danes, and then they will be our willing puppets. The tool by which we will wrest ourselves from this horrid cage and run free and mighty. Let's see, is this before I built up... Nope, that's still been burged. Very good. Alright, let us befriend Poland. Poland, which is quite mighty in the early game, and mightier than it looks at a glance, because they also have Lithuania, and they've taken Moldavia there as... yeah, Union. They have Lithuania under a Union, which very often results in integration and fusion to create the Poland-Lithuania Commonwealth, which is then a quite hefty and strong early game nation. They can run into some difficulties due to foibles of how Poland's unique government system works. Their elective monarchy. Shenanigans can follow to cause them to become very unstable later on. Also, the fact that Russia will spring into existence over here can make them very unstable later on due to sudden onset of acute Russian army invading. Or if any of the heftier German states get their act together, they are a good natural rival to the Poles. The Ottomans, if they start to focus more on Europe, can dig into Poland. Poland has plenty of natural enemies. We can only hope that we will make one of them the most despised and wretched Dane. Get the rest of my claims laid out. Poland, just want you to know, we're buddies. I friend you, Poland. You're okay. You're good people, Poles. They do have a coast, so they would be able to participate boat-wise. Probably not very well or very much, but hypothetically. With Pomerania being a friend of the Danes, they might be willing to spite the Danes to spite Pomerania, just indirectly. Not sure how they feel. Allied with Mecklenburg. They have conquest CBs on Pomerania. They are plotting against them. Potentially to our benefit. I have thoroughly played Victoria 2, but it is allergic to a lot of hardware. It is a game that is very processor intensive and cannot multi-thread. So many processors that exist and are sold today can't fit it in one core. and aren't designed to be able to do that or attempt it reasonably because multitask and load balance and so forth. If Victoria is to be kludged into a feasible game for streaming, it will take some use. Hey! Austria holds on to the HRE. Good job. Enjoy. Next claim to throw against them. Bohoslan? Bohoslan? I will unapologetically not know how to say any of these places. On, like, you know, 80-90% of the all of the parts that do not speak the language I am from, and several that do. Because there are parts of Britain that have weird, arcane, Old English pronunciations that are still on the table. Also, there's Wales. No one takes responsibility for Wales. Like, yeah, you can just clearly see where it starts and ends there. Yeah, you got your Derbyshire, you got your Marches, you got your Gloucestershire, and then you have Gwynd. No one is responsible for Wales. Well, for the time being, I must endure. Adding multi-threading to Vicky would be something I would not expect Paradox to attempt at all, and quite reasonably so. For the effort it would take to rebuild that into feasible multi-threadable form as it was, they could just develop Victoria 3 on the new engine from the ground up and learn from mistakes and fix a lot of foibles that were part of how Vicky 2 worked, and just be better off for it. And a lot of what they're talking about that they're putting into Stellaris on the side would serve pretty well as foundations for new Victoria mechanics. Seem to be kind of doing that thing again where there's a side project that is also used as a test bed to experiment for things on a mainline game. But this time, making sure that said experimental game is also a good standalone product and doesn't feel like you're just buying a demo. Stellaris feels really interesting. I am more enthused about Hearts 4 than I am about Stellaris, but that's because Hearts 4 will be replacing Hearts 3, which suffers horribly from being a middle Paradox game that is good in concept, but fails to execute everything that it promised to deliver. Whereas everything they've shown about Hearts 4 is like, yes, we are getting those ends and goals by better, sensible, fun means. Finally. There are no navies that operate along rivers in Europa. Rivers just serve as modifiers for land fighting and trade value and so forth along their reaches. Mostly land fighting. Crossing rivers is rough as far as violence goes. Yeah, I'll just go hog wild as far as creating claims against the Dane. No limits, no mercy. Start with Finnmark here. Just kind of roll my way down. These have an amount of time that they last unless you contest them, but it's quite comfortable here. We got like 30 years to follow up on our ambitions and boasts. And that cooldown, that expiry, gets refreshed as long as you start a fight with the person you have contested land over. If you fight them for any reason, the claim gets refreshed. Unless they're able to beat the claim out of you. If you're forced to relent and give it up, then it's gone. But otherwise, you can keep that argument on the table for quite a while. Just gotta endure, peacefully, quietly, brood. 100 years of agonizing peace. Since I know I won't be fighting for a while, I could mothball all my forts. There we go. So part of making forts, these big, singular, multi-province holding things, is they made the cost of maintaining a fort exist and be fairly notable. But what you can do is you can cut down on paying that cost by not maintaining the fort. So you save a bunch of money, but the fort garrison becomes much smaller or non-existent in the case of sufficiently small forts. Your capital always has at least a little bit of fortification in it. It's always at least a tiny bit garrisoned. But yeah, you can gut the funding and leave them not populated, so they'd be easily overrun if the enemy attacked you at the wrong time. But then you can always try to fund them. Engelbrecht, who is this man and what are his ways? Legendary and enigmatic figure of Swedish medieval history. Peasants of the Dales had enough of the union with King Eric's crushing taxes and brutal sheriffs. Damn right! Peasants and miners, supported by certain factions within the church and gentry, rose up in rebellion, captured castle after castle, and soon controlled the greater part of Sweden. Meanwhile, Eric joined Engelbrecht in revolt in Finland for 2 years. Engelbrecht was the de facto ruler of Sweden, but intrigue among the noblemen, infighting between Engelbrecht, Eric Puke, and it's always Karl's. So I can have him murdered to get a stability and bleed a liberty desire. I could submit further to the Dane and keep things stable. Or freedom! 10,000 free manpower and freedom! Immense desire for freedom. The free stability from the murdering would have been nice, but I cannot refuse a chance to keep up my hatred of the Dane, my historic rival, my eternal nemesis. There are not words yet in our language for the hatred felt among our people for this stupid baby. This garbage child on his throne of lies. I didn't start any fights yet, but hey, 10,000 free manpower that's sitting there, putting us over the limit. Waiting to be used. I'll let this cash building objective clear. Tyrannical nobles. Use a base tax to gain noble loyalty? No. Nobles, you get punished. I will be quite rude to you, nobles. Pesky, disloyal nobles. There we go. He's off on army maintenance for a while. Oh, and there's going to be unrest in the noble-aligned provinces, naturally, because the nobles are being fussy. What can I do to appease them? And prestige to call parliament. Or hand out a generalship. Yeah, that just gives them influence, not prestige, not loyalty. That's the opposite of making them more loyal. That's influence. So yeah, my only option is there for... I imagine that if I take new land, it will then... it'll undercut the percentages of land that the current factions have and make them fussy, and they will want to be handed their fair share of what I have done. What if I go in harder on the burgs? What if I just handed out more Burgland? Have anywhere else that's developed enough to become burgish? Whoa! Already gave Gottland to the burgers. You're already Burgerland, specifically built you up for it. Holland, of course not. Of course not, it's tiny. Nowhere in Finland is urbanized enough to become Berg territory. Need 110 points of opinion drift here in order to get them on side. Which is, effectively, I need to get them to form a bad opinion of the Danes and a non-neutral opinion of us. This is easily done, and a temporary point of reputation will help with all our other diplomatic scheming. I'll set up a temple in Stockholm. Stockholm I will make be tax focused. Alright, call you. I don't have many other tools for diplomating with the Poles right now. Due to my subjugated status. Like, normally one of the very common... Oh, hey, new pope. Controlled by Portugal. How about that? Yeah, one of your common tools of diplomacy between monarchies is generally to go for some wedlock. Put them in the old matrimonial overhead. Marriages, very good quick relation boost. And creates a nice little enduring contract between them. Gifts exist as an option, but they're not particularly useful. They're temporary. What if I sold you boats? Would you be willing to buy boats from me? No, you do not want my boats. And they're uninterested in giving me access. So be it. So for now, there's not much I can do to try to manipulate the pool, but I'll be keeping my eyes out. Just in case I can bait them into it. We must be strong. We can become strong. We'll have options. I'm gonna scrap this transport fleet and replace it with more fighty boats. Fighty, or at least commercial, commerce-y, business-y, trade boat. Because really, I don't have anywhere that I would want to amphibiously invade right now. And the country is small enough that I can reasonably just walk an army from any part of it to any other part of it, quickly enough to matter. We couldn't do anything to the Pope until we first rip ourselves free. Our hands are tied by the wolfish jaws of the tricksy Dane. Well, have fun, Venice. That's a fairly strong Venice. They've got themselves some lands. They might have a good run of contesting Austria. Best of luck to them. Yeah, I'll keep building up that cash and trying to convert it into things. Alright, loyalty drifts back to neutral over time. Very good. Burgundy has its personal unions. Brabant, Flanders, and Holland. Europa has formidable nations, but they behave in different ways than what you would see in Crusader Kings. The choice between vassalizing a country or beating up or annexing them is indeed primarily about point supply. Annexing directly means that in order to integrate that land, you'll be spending a lot of admin to core it yourself, whereas if you vassalize it, you will eventually be spending diplomacy to integrate the vassal. Usually I find that that paying Diplo for that is preferable. Admin has a lot of value in a lot of places, so depending on the exact coring cost of the land, it's usually fairly worth it to just leave it in the hands of a vassal for a couple of decades. And depending on the relative size of you and the vassal state, it can often be feasible to just leave the vassal there, subjugated, but otherwise on its own, doing its own thing. Sometimes vassals are clever. And sometimes they give you pretty borders. The greatest reward of all. Marchers have lower liberty desire than regular vassals. It is one of the benefits of using them. To send more troops than to pay more taxes. They are happy to oblige you. So with trading out those boats and the Teutons apparently getting some value beaten out of them, they are now the top influencer of the Baltic Sea node. Not much more power than we had before, but at least we have the largest slice. Yeah, those yellow dots on the map just now were not cores, but claims. I've been drafting many claims in order to justify violence when the time comes. Buffer states is an excellent use for vassals, because the AI will, in considering like border friction and proximity and so forth, think of you as farther away if you have a vassal between you than if you are in direct contact with their border. And if you get into fights, they provide ground to fight on that is not actually yours. So if it gets a little burnt, a little scuffed up, charred, drowned in bodies, then none of that is gonna weigh as heavily on your proper nation. Yeah, they pay for the forts. You gotta rule the country, but the forts are free. Those spare men are still sticking around, which is nice that they aren't decaying. Who are the rivals of the Danes? England, Scotland, and Poland. Alright, that's an extremely good sign if they now hate Poland. If they hate Poland, Poland may be led to hate them back. They don't right now. They're busy Bohemia, Austria, and Moscow. So the English and the Scots. Are either of you willing to dignify the Danes with a response? Yes. And yes. England would only need 3 more points of convincing, and Scotland only 5. Britain, my friend, my cousins. I can bring this guy back from Livonia. Our new stupid garbage king. All hail. Alright, so now we got the diplomats out talking up the British. We might be able to get them on side, and if we do, that drastically alters the strategic math, because then suddenly the English Navy comes piling in the moment we start us a fight. Let's see, how many boat has the English? 28 boat total. 19 of them galleys, 2 of them light ships. England, 33 boats total. 7 big, 1 light. A lot of transports for some reason. Oh no, 33 force limit, 24 current boat. So England is a little underboated right now. All the Scots. But yeah, so they will have boat with which to contest the waters. There will be friend boat out there. And there will be friend army out there to pile on to the Danes from the other side. Danes are fighting someone right now. Ah! Yes. Hello, we are at war with Brandenburg, Saxony, and Verden. We, together, all of us, good friends. What is up? Y'all have fun over there. Yes! Here come the offers. Scotland and England are totally down. They want to back us, and we want them back to us. Friends. I aim to improve our prestige. I aim to improve our prestige by waiting for the most opportune moment and then stabbing Denmark firmly in the spine. I think that moment's now. The army is already... Yeah, the Norwegians have left. They have crossed over to go join the fight on the mainland. And the Danes have gone over. Yeah, they are right down there in the thick of things. So am I permitted... All my diplomats are busy. I gotta wait 2 weeks for my guys to get home from England. I don't know if I could... I don't have the option to try and approach Norway. Over. Yes! This is possible. This is feasible. This is beautiful. Freedom! Freedom at last! Hail, King Johann! Johann Rosenstrahl, Tsar of all Swedens. I should bring my boats home from wherever they are, as they are greatly at risk. Just tuck them away in Stockholm. This is a much more opportune time in which to rage against the Dane. I'll buy that stability back. Negative is never good. The cost of stabilizing ramps up the farther away from neutral you go, though, so you don't... Again, pretty much it's never worth it to deliberately buy up to 2 or 3. At best, maybe buy to 1. Your admin is precious. The Dane has that many units because their force limits benefit from having the Norway and Sweden as junior partners. They were receiving cash and force limits from us as a result of our feigned loyalty, our clever ruse, luring them to lower their guard and leave themselves vulnerable to our horrific machinations. Oh yes, I want to build one more footman. There we go. Oh, they added that to the interface. Good. That's an excellent, important number to have sitting around. Interface refinement has always been amazing and great all throughout Europa's life cycle. So yeah, their army is distracted, being balls deep in Germany. So we are free to settle in and try to besiege this fort. Which is good, because it's going to take a while to besiege this fort. This horrible, diseased Dane pile. So let's see, it's a level 2 fort. I need to keep... some number of guys on here. I don't need to keep all of them here. And having some of them fall back would save me on attrition losses. Because just being here in hostile territory costs me 1% attrition monthly. Which is slowly cutting into my bonus troops. On the other hand, keeping a big concentrated fight pile out there in the field ready to go is itself useful. I'll just quickly flip the side provinces and close in. Because, you know, concentrating forces up there on the province means I'm ready to resist the enemy counterattack when it arrives. Yep, there they go, taking losses inland, and with the English and the Scots backing me, the Danes actually have enough boat to outnumber the English navy. And the fact that it's mostly galley is not a concern, because the important fights are happening here on the sea. Right, so there's that occupation. So for immediate war goals, I want to break Skane and hold Skane. It looks like the Scots are diving in to help on the Norwegian front, which is great because Norway is completely defenseless right now. And it means I don't have to send any units out to go try to pacify them. Since I'm at war, I should... yeah, the budget, I refilled that. And I should unmothball the forts. Yes! That occurred automatically because I left that checkbox on. If I do well enough, I could free Norway, maybe. I have to take a look at what is on the table. Yes, I could break their subjects, but that's very expensive. I might leave them Norway, because I could just fight Norway anyway. Any Norway. I think for the most part I would rather take land. Norway can fight their own damn revolution. I'm not their dad. And Denmark isn't either. You should be your own dad. Then my dad will fight your dad. As it should be. I'm very slightly losing money right now, but that's sustainable for a while. It'll be years before that drains the current treasury. A new heir! A princess of Swedes. Wondrous. And you can dice that name. If you feel like dicing that name. Christina's fine. Wait, damn, 534. That's a... that will make a mighty queen someday. Our succession secure. Average claim strength. Excellent stats. A strong princess. Our dear King Johan is a little weak on the diplomatic front. A fine fightman. Speaking of which, let's make him a general, because yeah, that'll give him decent stats. And I should then send a runner back into friendly territory to pick up the king and take him to the battlefield? Yeah, there we go. Since he doesn't have any siege score, he won't directly contribute to pushing down Skane, but the maneuver score will help reduce attrition. Not that that matters either, because we're already at the minimum rate. Our Christina, our Carleen. She will make a fine queen. The only difference between male and female monarchs in-game is that you're not allowed to make a queen a general. Ability losing influence? Sure, yes, good, I like it. Undermine them. Quite rightly. And standardizing the pikes! Only now, at the depths of the revolution, do we recognize that we have too many kinds of polearm, and it's stupid. Why did the Danes use 14 different sizes of spear? That's ridiculous. We should just have one length that everyone works with and practices with. Then we know how tall the formation is. We know how much reach everybody has. So doing that, add a bunch of direct benefits and unlocked the next tier of unit. You can switch over your units at any time, and the stats will instantly propagate out there, but when you make this change, it will drain the morale out of all of those units. So if they get jumped immediately after you change out all their equipment, they will get ruined because they have no idea what the hell they're doing. They just got the new gear and don't know which end of the standardized pike to point at the enemy. And the subtle differences between these unit types can add up. Like, if you have a country that builds around one of these stats more than the others, you'd want to lean towards it. I'll take men-at-arms. And I'm willing to make that switch now because the Danes are balls deep in Germany. Their army is quite occupied, very low risk of anyone marching out here. We would see them well in advance and have the chance to respond. And the British have arrived and are doing what they do up in Norway quite well, and they are handing over the occupations of these provinces to me after they do it. It's quite helpful. Siege is good for sieging. There is a siege stat on generals which improves their ability to push forts. Since we have a siege going, I could... Oh, never mind, the siege is over. We did it. Took 500 days, but we did it. I was going to explain sieges, but then the siege was done. Whatever. I'll go siege something else. I'll explain that fortress. Yeah, let's go to Trondelang up there. The Scots have that one under control. Walls are breached. Progress is good. Artillery directly affect siege progress. Everything else, it only cares about body count. Making infantry preferable for sieging, because cheaper for a number of men on the field. I could not push further into Denmark because the Danish navy is there, preventing me from crossing the strait. I do not have the means to punch through 18 galleys. Well, 8 galleys and 2 other boats, but 18 hostile warships is not something I can deal with. They will have everything they need to maintain a blockade on me, and that's just something I have to accept as a price of the war. I can win the more important land victories and not have my capital fall over. Moscow is invading Novgorod again. Alright. And it's small enough that Moscow could annex them on this run, so we may have a Russian neighbor sooner than not. We'll work with it. So, now that this army has arrived in Trondelag there, I could stop and talk about sieges. So, in a province that has a fortress, when an enemy army marches in, they gotta do a siege if they want to occupy it. And what happens is, we have this clock here that has a base duration of 30 days, and stats can modify up or down how long it takes for the clock to cycle. Every time that it does, a die is rolled, and modified by a bunch of numbers. General skill, how many artillery you have, whether or not you've blockaded the port, how big the fortress is, if you've managed to punch a hole in the walls, and just how much progress you have made on the siege. Because then the results of this dice roll go over here and get compared on a table, and depending on how well you do there, different things will happen. On a result of 20 or better, the fort surrenders and you occupy the province. And that's what this number is summarizing. That's the chance, with our current modifiers, that the fort will surrender. It can't surrender right now. Negative 42. There's no die result good enough that would make the fort give up on this cycle. But the other outcomes of that cycle, supply shortage, food shortage, water shortage, desertions, each of those adds progress to the pile, and makes it more likely that the next round of sieging will be able to break the fort. Alternatively, if you think you have a big enough force to take them on directly, you can, if the walls have been breached, tell your soldiers to just storm it, and they will directly attack the enemy units that are inside the fort. The defenders will have a sizable advantage in terms of stats, and it costs a lot of men and a lot of firepower to storm a fort, but if you do bring what you need, and you succeed, then you take the fort much faster than you would have by waiting out the siege. Breaching happens on a natural die roll of quite a bit. Like on a natural 14 on the dice, the walls breach. And that is just a status that stays on the fort for as long as the siege runs. A Danish counterattack. Although it's not the Danes proper, it's just 10,000 of the other vassals and allies' soldiers. I could fight them. Like, let's see, total enemy forces are down to relatively manageable levels. Minus 14, that siege is close enough to done that I'm not going to abandon it. I'll let it finish, then bring the army down and see how the situation looks when they arrive. And meanwhile, this army will be bleeding out some of its numbers, trying to push our fort. Meanwhile, our friends are sending a couple of expeditions to the mainland, which are going poorly, which is unpleasant but not catastrophic, especially since they are quite safe from counterattacks. They'll be able to recover if they have to. Alright, successful occupation. Or no, that was the enemy reoccupying something? Or what? Where's Slesvig? Was that handed off to... What's 1,000 Danes doing over there? I'll murder those before I go anywhere. A miracle occurs. I can either leverage some Pope influence or get a stability in exchange for increasing the reform desire. At this time, I have no cardinals. I'll take the stab. That is more directly relevant to my situation. Alright, the fort is now on the verge of being a surrender candidate. Good stuff. Likewise, that one, so that's unpleasant. It's going to progress faster because they have the blockade they're able to lay down. And there's the idea slot. Hello, friend. So my usual natural first is trade. But I'm left considering that perhaps trade is not the greatest advantage held by the Swede. If we are to fight against the endless numbers of the ravenous hordes of imperialist oppressors who gnash at our borders, then we must fight from the shadows. Who's become acquainted with how best to rise up from the underground. Yep, Novgorod's gone. Hello, Moscow. New friend, neighbor. I should send you a gift basket. Poland! Oh, well, no, that's Lithuania. I don't need to talk to you. I need to talk to your dad. Lithuania. We shall learn the ways of espionage. Alright, successful siege up there. Let's see, now we chase the Danes back down toward the coast. And hopefully... Yes, let's turn on this checkbox, which signals to the AI that I will allow them to travel alongside my armies, which means that the AI often does that, because it's good, sensible tactics when you're trying to coordinate with a friendler. Let's see if he'll do... No, he wants to chase those guys in the jam land. Alright, so since we're allowing that, it's quite likely that once these Scotsmen are done doing whatever they're up to, Skane has been taken back, sadly. So yeah, once they've done with whatever they've gotten up to, they will probably come down and join up with our army, at which point we will then have, like, yeah, 24,000 guys. Or so. And that will be enough to push back again. Hey, they left! They didn't stay, they went back across the channel, they got shit to do on the main... Alright, let's go, I'm taking Skane. Let's do this, you and me, Scots. Yeah, they went back across. Holstein, Mecklenburg, Pomerania. How many of these are in here because they're subjects of the Danes rather than friends? Mecklenburg is just a friend, Pomerania is just a friend. I am considered the leader of my side. Mecklenburg, what will it take to convince you to fuck off? They're at 16 points hesitant for a white peace. It would take reparations. Alright, they cannot yet be convinced to fuck off. Pomerania, how best could I convince you to leave me alone? 8 points. They are closer to giving up. However, they could not yet be convinced to fuck off. The war is young. If I'm able to end this war and remain independent, I could get the Poles on side as a mainland ally. And that would give me a lot of leverage. Noble coastal neighbor, do not be beholden to the Dane. This Dane horse is quite sad. Their enthusiasm is low. Theirs is a sad horse. They are very exhausted from all of the fighting, which is something that will continue to lean in my favor the longer the fighting goes. Poland is taking on the Teutonic Order, and yes, they're going into Livonia. Which they should if they will really need to integrate if they're going to be strong enough to resist Moscow. Moscow can really go hog wild if it's left on its own. They have plenty of space to grow into out east. Once they knock over Perm and the nearby Khans, they can just kind of explode. Alright, keep up that Pope pressure. Yeah, Ottomans are quite strong, and depending on the exact foibles of a given patch, they can either explode out ridiculously or do well for a bit and then crumple. If they're getting their Janissary events to fire, then they're already on the way to getting a good time. England pieced out. Treacherous Saxon! You will not be forgiven for abandoning our ways. Hey, Royal Mary, sure, my cousin. Wait, I can already start marrying people before the war is over? Yes, Scotland, brother. Pole, my friend. How many diplomatic relations have I eaten up at this point? That's 3 out of 4. You can only maintain contracts with so many countries before it starts cutting into your diplomatic point incomes. That's something you have to keep track of. You can't just spam ties with everybody. Moscow has become hostile. Cannot marry the Russ. The Muscovite is filled only with hatred. They despise our freedom. Our elegance, our grace, our abundance of luxurious bear fur. Our endless font of copper. Fortunately, the war with the Dane is going exceptionally thanks to the transient but appreciated assistance of our neighbors. I'll take that mercantilism back. That is one of the numbers that influences trade performance. It can drift up and down with events. In particular, mercantilism increases the amount of trade power that you get by owning land in an area. So it's quite useful for firmly stamping down control of your home node. Not particularly important if you start wandering off and exerting influence more with boats than you do with land holding, as will happen as you go deeper. Let's explore possibility. At this point, Sweden will remain. However, that is the White Peace situation. So yes, at this point they would grant us independence. That costs 22 score and doesn't take any points because it is the heart of what we're up to. It would cost 63 score to take our most coveted provinces down here on the endpoint. Oh, they're about to swing at us. You've sieged Skane, but... Alright, so if it comes down to it, and this shows signs of being an unpleasant reversal, I will settle for independence and take up the flag of war again later. However, they're crossing water into a defensive position. They no longer have their super general and have only a slight numerical advantage. So this fight could still go quite well for us, depending. They would be willing to give us just Skane and independence. That's another piece that I would accept. I'm going to let this fight happen first. Because yeah, if we can take Skane, that's the fort that controls the strait, and... oh, there's 12,000 more of you waiting to pile over. Alright, back to the negotiating table. Now I know how this fight will go. Terribly. And now they don't give that offer. Because the battle is occurring. They know exactly this. But wait, the casualty ratio is still good? Still good? Is it good? Yeah, they're at -2. They've got this asshole, Hagan, who is merely equal to our great King Johann. We might have this anyway. The line may yet hold. Defeat, but a very narrow one. A defeat where we did more damage than we received. And the Scots are arriving soon. Alright, we can reverse this. Yeah, 12,000 fresh Scotsmen ready to pour in. We got this. Our army will retreat and need some time to recover. That's natural. Yeah, the Scots are heading for us. They want to reconvene and have a huddle. I will do exactly that. Castilian Civil War ends, okay. Alright, they've spread out. So just need a moment to recover a little bit, yep. That's good, we're down. We're short only 4,000 men in the unit right now, but we have our morale, we have the Scots. There we go, we have the advantage we need. All this diplomat. Various truces we have expired, but that's fine since they were with enemies of the Dane, against whom our hostilities ended when we declared independence. Alright, there's a victory. And an excellent decisive one. More damage dealt, morale preserved. Take a moment to recover, and then... Oh, they're backing off. They are abandoning so much right now. We'll have to borrow money, but that's okay. A little loan doesn't hurt anybody. Forward. 2-to-1 on numbers. They have mediocre generals. I've laid the groundwork for a healthy alliance with the British and the Poles, who should be quite effective in containing the Dane. And I should... Yes, as an independent, I can now have an enemies list, but I can't revise it while fighting. The moment we are free, we will formalize our eternal, undying hatred. We will pledge to strike down the Dane wherever he hides. Alright, there's a victory. That's some nice repelling. I'll retake Holland quickly. Maybe see if I can goad the Danes into coming over again for another fight. Enthusiasm is low. Their exhaustion is huge. Probably don't have much manpower in reserve right now. Yeah, their manpower is completely shot to hell. The Danes can in no way sustain this war. My own exhaustion is starting to rise, though, so I should try to end this soon. The Danes would offer independence and cede Jambutland and pay some money. I'll decline that. It's a good sign, because it means they're coming to the bargaining table and willing to admit defeat. I just want it to be the defeat I am after. There we go. I can't push any farther, and I can't afford to remain at war much longer. So I could take one of those, but not the other. So I should just decide which one I want more. That's a size 5 with fish. No special local modifiers. here. Size 9 and has grain. Alright, that's preferable. Island it is. Cost 84 power to throw on those extra demands that I had. The fact that I fought it out renews all those other claims so I can push them later. And prestige will be earned. Fabulous prestige. 3 at last! Alright. Time to core this land. Which will be expensive because I went for the better provinces, but that's the price we pay. Station the army firmly in Skane. Get the boats back out on patrol. Shore up the economy. Grabbing any of Norway would have been quite expensive, so that wasn't really in the cards for the first war. They will be the next victims, though, since I can rampage all over them directly. Denmark proper will be out of reach until I am able to establish boat advantage. There's my alliance with the Poles. They immediately recognize our prominence now that we are free of the Danish yoke. And we can continue to build up our army and navy to be ready for round 2. Once the economy stabilizes. Cash flow is very in the gutter right now, but that's because while an army is repairing, it costs much more to maintain. So the moment those 2,000 dead men are replaced, that's going to drop back down. Like, a lot of that cost is because there are these damaged cavalry here waiting to be repaired. Scotland broke their alliance. Scotland! After all we went through. Because of the English. You don't like that I'm friends with the English. You don't think you can trust me because I friended the English. Typical. Oh well. You're still my cousin. Moscow, trust me, not at all. They will despise me, pursue me to the ends of the earth. That's fair. That's life. I'm waiting to save up enough to core Skane. Now that I'm independent, I have King Johann III sitting here. Of the great house of Rosenstrahl. The princess is 5 years old and not yet dead, so that's a good sign that we may have ourselves a fine and healthy queen. The Pope is happy for us, and it looks like... Right! Skane had a cardinal! Now we control the Cardinal of Skane! Yes! I can burn all this Pope influence I've been building up. Yeah! Skane! My brother. Are there any Norwegian cardinals? Burgundy, Bremen, Brabant, Bohemia, Austria, Aragon. Nope, so that's the only cardinal out in our neck of the woods. He's ours. Good on you. They revolt. Angry nobles. Well, time to enforce. States have become disloyal. What angers you, friends? The nobles don't have enough land. That has them fuzzy, so I can correct that pretty quickly. This is land. You like land, don't you, nobles? Here, have a nice land. All you had to do was ask. You don't have to be getting all up in arms. The ones of you that are up in arms, you will die. All of you, horribly, to the last man. Good, admin bureaucrat. I want those admin points to core Skane as soon as possible. The Bergs have earned Skane. Skane is a fine city, and it's a fine burg. Burgwell, mighty Skane. Let's defund Samaland. Anti-clericalism. I can chastise the clergy. Or chastise the clergy and also charge money. Which would anger the Bergs. As pious burghers objecting. Paying taxes. How friendly are my Bergs? 72 friendliness and 60 influence. The Bergs can afford to take a little slap on the wrist. Besides, we're recovering from a war. They'll understand. Meanwhile, I can turn this clergy loyalty into some admin power, which I can use to finish coring Skane. There we go. Standing proud. Free at last. I can dismantle forts. If I so feel like it. And the fort in Samaland is kind of redundant. I think I can dismantle the fort. Should be in here somewhere. Alright, so what at this point is bleeding me money? Right, the army was re-damaged because of the rebels. There we go. Economy restored. So let's just also mothball some other fortresses. Right! Rivalry! Denmark! My hated adversary. Denmark, I must destroy you. Pomerania, I will never forgive you. Livonia, I bet you thought we were cool. You were wrong. A Swedish moon. Already we have glorious marble slabs commemorating the War of Swedish Independence. Even now, many years later, the year after the war, covered in fresh flowers. You get a bit of prestige or 25 admin, absolutely. Someday. Smugglers. Yeah, smugglers. I don't have the cash right now, so I'll take the penalties for some years. This rampant crime. Clearly the work of Danish saboteurs. Alright, let's learn about the arquebus. And then years later, we will become limber. Well, that was more fort benefits, or more fight benefits. Scattered about. Not to the point of unit types, but yeah, a little bit of infantry fire, a little bit of infantry shock. A little bit of combat width. Tactics. Tactics is an extremely important number to have more of. I think it's a damage reduction percentage. It's a quite good number. Gotland, I can turn your fortress off. You are a happy, stable province who will not be getting into any trouble. Socinian heretics? The hell is a Socinian? The reforms of Gustav Adolphus. Alright, so this is a chance to choose a benefit that will last for the rest of the game. Either morale boost and infantry cost, or mercenary cost and mercenary availability, or boats. Boats. Definitely boats. Our boats must become vast and strong. Some sort of Polish heresy. Interesting. But yeah, so I didn't touch it at all during this wars or lead-ups, but another mechanic of the game is mercenary soldiers, where the deal with mercenaries is they cost only money to build and maintain and reinforce. They are completely disconnected from your manpower pool, and you can recruit them on very, very short notice. But they cost a shitload of money. So if you are a country that is low on manpower, but has a lot of cash, or can create a lot of cash on short notice by way of, like, massive national debt, you can pull an army and throw them at your enemy, and get pretty good results out of it. There's also plenty of idea sets that do a lot to cut the cost of mercenaries and increase the availability of mercenaries, such that you can get a pretty good mercenary build going, wherein your country relies primarily on short-term drafts of private sector soldiers and gets good results out of them. Look at this lovely giant William Shakespeare spreading our legitimacy into this land. Godspeed, giant Shakespeares. And there's our corps in Holland. Holland. I have free diplomats, but I don't have many priorities I want to play the right. Of course. Continuing to redraw the borders to express the true extent of Sweden. Continuing to remind our enemy that this will not end until we are free, truly free, all Swedes on all lands. Go for Bornholm. This tiny island here. Yeah, mercenaries can be good little, like, sacrificial spearhead to throw against enemies. They can be good for if you need to carpet siege a large area and don't want to bleed a lot of manpower doing it. Mercenaries are helpful for that. If, like, a build I have often done when low on manpower is to buy a couple of mercenary infantry to sit in my main army, because they will tend to be at the middle of the front line, and so they will be the first ones to take hits. And you will replace those hits just with cash rather than with men. So then you save your manpower for supporting your more expensive cavalry and artillery. And just hire temps to stand on the battle line and stab and shoot. That can be very effective. Also, if we plan to use any, like, scorched earth diversionary tactics, a quick sacrificial mercenary can be good for just throwing out into the conflict zone, starting the fire, and either running away or dispersing into the wilderness. Alright, so we've secured an alliance with the Poles and with the English. There's my Corn Skein, and we have that heretic rebellion to deal with. "18,000 wizards occupying Stockholm, or trying to. And another 12,000 over there. Loans repaid, though, and the economy can sustain the army. Such as it is. So let's go enforce the peace. We're fighting some rebels. A bunch of heretics have become fussy and are raising hell. Yes, the soccer heresy is in progress. There's the button. Let's kill that fort. I don't need it anymore. Skein can defend some land. Better than Slamland could. Like, yeah, removing that means I no longer have fort coverage there, but I'm probably going to set up a fort somewhere in this direction. And you don't need complete fort coverage over your internal territory. It's helpful because it means keeping rebels under control better. But it's not as vital as having forts at the front line of your border with a hostile power. Let's see, these guys, do they have a general? They do, but it's a tiny one. Yeah, we got this. Even a little bit outnumbered. Just work that pike. Albertize him. Repelled, but whatever. We will recover and we will return to fight again. These are just minor heretics, so if they succeeded at their rebellion, they just cause some unrest. They're not something as drastic as the arrival of Protestantism, they're just weirdos who have, like, particular philosophical gripes and alternate scripture interpretations. They're rude heretics rather than rebellious heretics. Like, I can go ahead and look at what it would take. Yeah, it just gets modeled as throwing a bunch of autonomy onto the country as there's suddenly... And we get the heresy modifier for a while. Because we have tolerated weirdos. Oh well, the fort's strong, the army will be back, and we will finish the job. Except, goddamn, our manpower is completely drained right now. Alright, I'll have them walk the long way around just to be sure that they have a chance to refill a little. Only 177 men per month. Our man supply is tiny. We gotta work on that. Gotta find a good city to militarize. And there's some patriots in Skane. How rude. Okay, so about debt not being a big deal and mercenaries being a very useful way to maintain order on short notice. Let us do exactly that. Quickly draft up some mercenary pikemen. They need more influence in order to call levies. Which I could do by spending prestige on a deed. There we go. Parliament is conducted. Also, ask for something from the burghs. Yeah, I can afford 10 loyalty out of the burghs. That would not push them over into being fussy. There we go. Cash dollars. And yes, I am aware of this interface element that's been there for a while, where when you need to build a large number of things, you can select what you want from a menu, and then sort out where you'll be building it by just touching the provinces on the map. Likewise, somewhere within this interface, you can create templates of, like, groups of soldiers that you would like built on a regular basis. Oh, those guys have already committed to moving forward, huh? Well, y'all better join the fight, mercenaries. It's your chance. Regular army seems to have this under control. Still, I want those mercenaries to be soaking up damage. Alright, these rebels are not persistent, so defeating them once was all it took. Throw out another monopoly charter to make the burghers happy. And with how much the country has grown, those mercs I drafted only put me a little over my supply limit. Furthermore, our boat limit is getting quite impressive. Centralization reforms of Gustav Vasa. These events, even though they do have the names of historical people on them, they aren't necessarily tied to any scripting so pedantic as that. They just kind of happen to various countries and carry the appropriate flavor. So we can spend 50 power from each category to gain a bunch of tax points. And some manpower points. And bleed autonomy for a while. Or we can be boring and lose prestige. Would you like to do well or be awful? What kind of Swede are you? Alright, this army will very easily handle these, so I'm gonna pause a moment and do more explaining. So the particulars of how armies work in Europa. I mean, look at this big old fight grid here. So what happens when two armies ram into each other is all of their units will sort themselves out into these fighting lines. Infantry will try to go to the middle of the front row. Cavalry will try to tack themselves on to the edges of the front row. And artillery will try to sit themselves at the middle of the back row. Once all of the units have arrived on the battlefield, they will then start swinging at a hostile on the other side. And depending on what they are and where they are, they have some limit on the targets they can select. So like our infantry can only attack someone who is directly across from them, essentially, whereas our cavalry are much more agile and can swing at things farther down the line. So they will then start swinging at each other to do damage. How much damage they're able to do is determined by dice that cycle each day, well, each couple of days, modifiers like general skill or terrain, and what the fight does is it alternates back and forth between fire phase, where the armies are like skirmishing and harassing each other, and shock phase, where they've gotten in close and are really chewing each other up. And those phases will use different stats of the units and the generals to determine how well the soldiers are doing. In the early game, fire damage is extremely low, and shock is king of warfare. All of the important killing is done during the shock phase, early game. Fire becomes increasingly important as the game moves on, and you move up the tech tree. Cavalry are primarily a shock weapon. Infantry are mediocre on most fronts, but become quite good at dealing fire damage, and artillery are primarily a fire damage weapon. And so, remaining aware of those factors, you can suss out what a good army composition is. Stability drop, Regency, Johann's dead, the princess is 8. I'll refresh my marriages, but alright, that's unpleasant, but it's not catastrophic. I am in Regency for the couple of years I need to spend recovering from the war anyway, so that's fine. I can go and take a look at that. Right now artillery has no stats because it doesn't exist, but when it first pops up by way of the limber, it's going to have a base fire of 1 and a base shock of 0.05. And so as you can look here and compare right now, cavalry 0, 1.2, infantry 0.55 and 0.95. Which are then further modified by the numbers that you see over here when you select your unit types from that spread. This child is an 8-year-old master of shock warfare. The Regency Council is decent, 522, that's adequate. That will hold the line. Right, my war exhaustion is the main thing that's been causing all of this unrest. It'll cool off because we're at peace at 0.1 per month, so about a point a year. I feel like I can leave that alone. We're stable at this point. You can spend diplomacy to reduce it in bursts if you need to on short notice. Likewise, you can spend admin to reduce your inflation on short notice. If you need to just abruptly revalue your currency, just seize the mint by the throat and shake it around. I'll pay off this loan as soon as it's reasonable, which will be fairly soon, and then I'll continue to expand our hefty merchant marine. We're close to an opportunity to overtake the Dane in boat count, probably. If countries... Score, tech, religions, probably, no. Right, yes, that was in the right direction. Navies of the Dane. Yeah, losing us has greatly cut down their force limit. Down to just 18 boat. Of which 3 they currently field 3 galleys and 2 light ships. So yeah, we're in a position to win a naval arms race against the Dane, which means we will, in our next war, be able to seize control of the channel, probably, and thus actually march into Denmark proper and further rip and tear at them. Oh, they annexed Holstein. Integrated that to make up for their crushing defeat. Still feel like prioritizing consuming Norway over trying to push into mainland Denmark. Once we have boat advantage, they're kind of helpless against us strategically. Because then it will be we who control the channel, we who can blockade them and terrorize their populace. We who dictate whether or not a land engagement will occur. Embargo efficiency will be nice to buy into soon. Spy defense. Reputation sabotaging. Extra diplomat and extra spy offense. Study technology information and less relation impact from covert ops. The ability to sow discontent and agitate for liberty. And the ability to infiltrate administration. I don't recall what several of these missions do exactly, because it's been ages since I used spies. Basically not at all in Europa, so this will be a first to be so crafty and underhanded. I don't think there are strategic... There could be. Strategic modifiers are still things, but let's see if... If I were the Empire... to get the Papacy. There's what happens when you're excommunicated, by the by. Prestige bleed, tolerance down, Pope influence bleed. Quite unpleasant. If Rome gets occupied by non-Christians, or rather, if I take Rome but am not Italy, I suffer diplomatic penalties because, wow, what are you doing? That's the Pope. Get out of there. That's not yours. If I reclaim Jerusalem or Mecca, I get delightful benefits from that. If I were to take land in India and on the Cape of Good Hope, I could get some benefits. So there's not a whole lot of these. Not for me right now. There are others that can appear, but I do not have them. New Pope, Greg. Greg 13, controlled by Castile. I'll take up the idea of privateers. We do not like Mecca, but we will be proud of having ripped the holy city of Islam away from them. It's prestigious. It means we've succeeded in some sort of grand crusading act about the Middle East. The Ottomans and other Islamic powers can likewise get bonuses for if they succeed at grabbing, like, Rome or other important Christian cities. Because it's like, hey, check us out. We're amazing, and you are garbage. Look at me here, Tsar of all these Russias. Alright, let's keep piling the boats on. So we can get up to 22 boat, and that's a lot of boat. We'll try to continue expanding the army, but that is on hold because we're out of men. It's going to take 2 years just to repair the rest of the damage that the army has taken. And then, you know, additional time to do those other things. Unless I can coax more bodies out of the nobility. That's on cooldown, though. It'll be years before we can call for that. Decades, even. I have a 4 gallic surplus right now, 4 ducat, a 4 cash surplus, so I'm gonna hire some advisors. Now is the time when I can start affording a team of level 1 advisors. Wars for the Byzantine Empire still exist, so they can be liberated if someone were able to beat the hell out of the Turks in the early game. They have until 1499 before these decay. So yes, advisors, you have these 3 slots here, admin, diplomacy, and military, into which you can spend cash to hire a notable person. They will have some direct benefit that they give, per their office, to a stat, and then will also generate a number of points of their category per month for you. The price of hiring them and maintaining them scales up drastically with their point rank. Over here, the direct benefit of them remains stable. You will at any given time have a pool of 3 of them base available for recruitment. Every so often one of them will die. If they were working for you, they'll be removed. If they were just on the bench, they're gone and get replaced by a fresh one. You can spend cash to deliberately kick one of these guys out and force a fresh one to cycle in. Well, this manpower booster. 10% is notable. The birthplaces are mostly for flavor. Like, part of the system of how they work is that they spawn into a province. And sometimes when one spawns of exceptional skill, you get the choice of whether you'd like to put him on the bench as a possible advisor, or have him stay at home and give some kind of passive buff to the province itself. Usually the biggest benefit of these guys is the point feed that they give you. They're a way to turn excessive amounts of extra money, which can happen very easily when you're playing well, into delicious monarch points. Let's see, places that I've given the nobles sway, I can consider developing to be a little more manpower focused. Poland, my marriages with you are very fickle. Just that whole election thing. I should commit someone to supporting an heir to the Polish throne. We will have that power. Here's our candidate, Little August. Well, not little, he's 33, he's some kind of weird uncle that we want to pawn off. Great, that master I meant to hire is dead. I always keep an eye out for Mintmen because they bleed your inflation off, which is always a good long-term thing to invest in. The other main way that you'd manage it is there's an idea for it. You can grab a banking idea that mitigates that. It's over in economy? Yeah, economics. A very solid idea set. Tax boost, build cost, inflation, reduced interest on loans, autonomy bleed, reduced land maintenance, more production, and reduced development cost. Good shit over here in economic. Denmark has a cardinal in Sealand who we can leverage. We have discovered that he is a less than noble man. Yes! Get fucked, Dan. That cardinal is no longer yours. I mean, if we were on the verge of conquering Sealand, I would have rather left him where he was and maybe used the spy leverage for something. But I'd rather just strip them of that privilege. No indulgences for you, Dan. Workshop is a helpful building. Let's see. Law is available, thanks to my admin tech. Gain taxes and missionary strength, but increase Catholic reform desire. Which is already quite high. Sure, I'll do it. I'll push that envelope. For the Scandinavian unification, we'll need that and that. And reason that the Find Province button exists. This over here. Capital in Norway. We'll need that. Yeah, we're in a fair and healthy position to go Protestant when the opportunity arises. It does not yet exist, though. It will be sometime, probably within the next 25 years or so. It usually kicks in the early 1500s. And then the Reformation will brew and sort of start to propagate across the continent like a disease, consuming all that oppose it. Alright, so since I had manpower problems, and I have a surplus of men, of military points rather, and I am up to date on admin and military technology. Every tech has a historic year at which its default cost occurs. Every year before that point that you are, it costs 10% more than it would otherwise, so that's usually your signal that, okay, you're good on tech, buy other things. We now embrace the Dane! Welcome, Danish brothers! So where's some other nobles' land? Let me get my estates out. Noble is red. That's noble. That's noble. And I'm out of military points. Good. That'll do then. So with that done, I have added a not insignificant value to my manpower pool up there. Up to 230 a month. Where we were running with like 170 during the war. Well, after the war, when we were suppressing the rebels. That's a noticeable improvement. Try to get a workshop thrown down on this our lucrative copper mine as soon as possible. 101 bucks. The Livonian Order has acknowledged our rivalry. That's 45 ducats a year. So with that I could afford to buy a boat per year and still be investing in other projects. Or buy 2 boats a year. Well, it takes a year to build the boat anyway, so yeah, I'll just keep a boat at a time under production. Keep gradually swelling that swarm of small boat. We can have an effective nautical defense. If we're just looking for fight stats, it would be more cost-effective to create a galley swarm. But I always love the commercial feedback of policing trade. Look at that rising influence. Moving up in the world. And I think at this point, with how badly we beat up the Danes on the first run, I don't think their own galley pile is going to recover. It'll never be the scale it was before. A set of docks would... Well, there's 2 kinds of navy building. Docks would increase our boat limit, which is helpful if you are a small country that's trying to become exceptionally boaty. And shipyards make boats build faster and slightly cheaper in the province. Extremely useful numbers, but not completely vital numbers. I will pick out some provinces to be good shipyards. Yes, Nyland here was my other noble-dominated zones. Let's buy a bit of manpower there. It's not much, you get... You get marginal benefits. On a per annum level. Yeah, and while galleys would be helpful fighting in here, the moment we're done with Denmark, we're not going to have any real naval rivals along here. Like, okay, our choices for possible boat enemy on the Baltic Sea will be Poland and Russia. That's not particularly accomplished and known boatman. What a healthy Burgundy. Look at you. You've been taking your vitamins. Good on you, Burgans. You may go places. Or at least take longer to be swallowed into the Franca mass. If that Burgundy flips to Austria, that will mean dangerous times for Central Europe. interesting and dangerous times. So I am truced with the Dane for another 2 years, at least. So I have that much peaceful relaxation to finish. Yeah, nothing particularly pressing on my mind, so let's throw the passage of time into overdrive. Fix up the rest of my Norwegian claims, because the core subject of the next war will be to finish things up on our mainland, claim the peninsula proper, and through that become strong. The third Danish war will be about actually subjugating and beating down Denmark, finally bringing justice by reversing the tables. So the control percentages here are based on development ratings. So you could also pacify and satisfy their needs by adding development to provinces which you've already given them sway over. So for example, if I were to buy points of taxes here in Småland, that would be enough to satisfy the clergy a bit. It would mean that they are a bigger percent of the country. There we go. Keep things going in there, that major production center. 50% efficiency added on to 21 points of trade value there. That's a good deal. Hey, Poland calls us to fight the Livonians. My brother, what can Swede do for you? Fairly sized enemy navy, not insubstantial. We'll need to confront them. On the high seas. High, low, or otherwise. And I do have a land border with the Livonians, so I can march my army over there and participate in a bit of the fighting out. So once this war over, Poland is conquering something. They want Goldingen, this province here. Have fun with that, Poles. Neva is a strong point of strategic concern over here. I would love to take it. There, I will declare my interest to the AI. My friend. Alright, the size of the Polish fleet has convinced them to kind of bottle up there. Which is good, gives us free reign to patrol the seas. And go rampage a little. There's 11... well, nearer 12,000 enemy soldiers. Grab a regular general. That's a damn fine Jakob Han! Jakob Han. What a guy. See, what do they got in terms of generalship over here? 1-3 and 1-1. Nothing. Jakob Han, tear him in half. God of medieval warfare, Jakob Han. Jakob Han with the strength of 40 men. So I would love to take Neva as then something that I could fortify strongly to defend against Moscow. And my eventual ambitions to like go after the rest of Karelia up there. If I am to make myself defensible against the Rus. Okay. And designate these as of interest. That's about where I would like to be against Russia. So yeah, this is an exceptionally good general here to have a 4-4. Especially here in the early game. Each of these general stats, the first 3 cap at 6, I think Siege caps lower at like 4 or 3 or something. But yes, this is a quite divine fightman. It's like 6s and a 4. Is your top level completely maxed out general. And to get that when we're just down at like a quarter tradition, that's a good roll. A fine day. The Queen! The Prince! Lil Gustav. Who is, I guess, her brother. Yeah, let's go with that. Our cool and good queen, who is excellent at all affairs. Our queen who will lead us to glory in the coming Danish wars. Coming soon! To the glory of all Swedes. Alright, so the next fort here... Next forts are in Livland and Reval. Livonia is pretty tightly fortified. Yeah, they just got this nice string here of 3, and then Riga itself is also dig-inable. Alright, success in Intermountain. I will gladly push forward and crush more enemy soldiers. Not gonna get to continue recovering manpower to prepare to resume our hostility against the Dane. Yeah, I'll have these guys move over and siege Reval. And that will have already been, like, more than enough. Alright, Riga has truced out of the war. Good for them. Now it's just Livonia standing alone. Narva, there's a quick boat fight, wherein we are now up one whole boat. A free boat. Take that quite nicely. Put in an order for a further regular boat. And at that point, I am now ready to start investing in utility ships. I'll take a transport or two. Wait, Denmark has attacked Scotland! Oh, poor Scots. If only you had kept a friend like Swede. I would have loved to come to your assistance, Scotland. Why is Denmark attacking Scotland? Denmark wants to take land from Scotland. This is just purely off that they're trying to conquer Scotland. Danes! Danes, you've gone mad. You poor wild beasts, you'll have to be put out of your misery. How the mighty have fallen, Denmark. Who is this strange idiot king who leads you to destruction? Of course it's Niles. Niles Whittleback. Nobles demanding privileges. Prestige for noble loyalty. Or noble disloyalty and unrest. But prestige is fine. I will buy basic financial instruments rather than take an idea right now. Our spy ideas are nice and all, but I would like those, these are some nice meaty numbers. Plus 5 efficiency, plus 20 range. And it's important not to fall behind in Diplotech, because Diplotech is naval tech. You do not want to be stuck back a boat form. Oh hey! Livonia defeated. And we have been rewarded never. Poland owes us 19 points of favors. Poland, my brother, you will not regret what you have done here. You've shown great courage. You've shown respect, Poland. This is all I have ever asked of any of my neighbors. To act with dignity. Yes, we have never. Which is orthodox. I can deal with that. And I can buy its core. We'll core it first, convert it later. It has a fortress, so I can... I'm not worried about rebellion pouring out of there. It can handle itself well enough. Army will walk home, as you do. We'll commission a second cog. Not that I'll be using them soon, but they're out there. Nev is also a trade center, so we have very disproportionate influence on the Novgorod zone, which we can use to pull value out of there and shove it into the Baltic. Yeah, we're pulling a whole, like, extra ducat now that we weren't earlier. Yeah, Novgorod zone is primarily off in this direction. Yeah, our army, when an army gets caught inside of foreign territory, they get this little black flag here. The got a marooned modifier, stranded, exiled, I think is the term they put on it. They become incapable of engaging in any combat action at all, but gain the ability to walk freely through any territory until they return home, which they now have. Now the Danes must burn! Poland, it's okay if you want. This time will be different. Let's see, I will make my primary goal. Taking that. I will go occupy it. I will send boats over to go attempt a blockade. If I then establish the blockade, I have free reign to... I could call allies. I could call the English. As a matter of principle, I will call the English. Norwegians. You fiends. I have space for a second military leader alongside Jakob Han. So let's recruit an admiral. Hello. Hello, Nut. Nutgad. Go to port. With this admiral. Because I would like every advantage I can to win the decisive boat fight when it arises. Alright, there's our mainland. Target sieged. Here's 18,000 enemy troops who will soon fall victim to Jakob Han. There's my delicious 2-to-1 casualty ratios. There's what the hell just happened to my navy. Galleys. Galleys with combat advantage is what happened to my navy. Many boats are dead. I habitually underestimate the benefits of galleys as a combat vessel. There will be no seizing naval advantage today. However, on land we are indestructible. My poor light boats. My poor stupid light boats that could not win a nautical fight to save their lives. It will be some time before we are able to achieve sufficient levels of boat fodery. For now, let's just deplete their land forces. Also, while our boats are sadly incapacitated. Jakob Han released, killing thousands. And the English army is deployed to go occupy Norway. Helpful, thank you. Good friends, England. There's a quick reoccupation. Here comes the Danish army for round 2. There are boats in progress that are going to get caught off guard and made to look foolish. That's a brutal fight. They had a pretty bad round. And I don't have any manpower, so... That army is going to be hurting for reinforcements unless I take a quick war loan and pad it out with private sector security contractors. War economy, yeah. So, how much manpower has the Dane at this time? Very little. Any at all means more than me, however, it's not much. Look at that happy, cruel mercenary running around doing the atrocities. I will centralize this, I don't mind. Cost increase if that's what's necessary. I'm gonna push this helpful button here. So what this does is it takes damaged units that you have in a pile and squeezes them together into a smaller number of healthy units. They're still fighting the Scots as well. Good luck invading Scotland while also at war with England and me, the Swede. Hey buddy, you wanna come take a shot? Huh? You think you're hard? You think you're tough enough? Think you got what it takes? You wanna show me what you got, Dane? Understrike units still take a spot in the battle line, but they also are a fragile spot in the battle line that can be punched. At this point, because of how powerful my general is, I actually want to lure their army over here routinely to beat them up. As much as I am out of men, I can still deal good killing ratios. So I am out of men, they will become more out of men than I am. Bronze cannons. Interesting. It's like, yeah, there I dealt like twice, 3 times nearly as many kills as they did on the fighting field. You can look at the big board and see quite clearly how their army is getting ground down and tiny, whereas our alliance's army is holding quite strong. Routinely tearing their faces off is doing quite well for that. Norway and Denmark already quite high on exhaustion. That poor boat. It died free. And now the English army has arrived to back us up as well, so all concerns firmly aside. We have got this. Smugglers still don't care. Smuggle all you want. The English are separated from us. And the blockade is back in place. That's fine though, I don't mind it. Not a bit. Next time will be different. Alright, they managed to get their whole team up there, so yeah, we got a nice solid front line against the Danes. For which, I should start eyeing up Norwegian territory to flip. Yeah, get my army out here and go occupy a bunch of wilderness that I can grab. See if I can work like Finnmark or... get the jamming lands. The basic instruments, your loans and futures, your options, your stocks. You gotta have stocks. You need leverage. Move the proper army there. Attach the mercenaries and send them off to do the expensive rampaging through the countryside. Pomerania. I should have known. Alright, so I'll take most of the mercenaries and have them stay with the main army. Noble Republic is of the current times. Let's grab that. With it, our second idea set occurs. Go for boat. I could go for quality. Quantity also nice. These aren't mutually exclusive. They're both. You can take both of them eventually if you want to invest in them. One focusing on increasing the number of guys you can field. The other focusing on improving your individual combat prowess. Defensive is also a pretty nice set, particularly for this capstone feature. So now they suffer a minimum 2% attrition for being in your land for any reason. It's quite good. That adds up quite viciously. It can be a good second or third military idea set, especially when forts get big. Since we have very little land of our core culture, I think we'll grab quantity. Also, manpower up. We need more men. Every minute of every day, more men. Bodies for the grinder. Burgers, we need you. Your loyalty. Buy war bonds. Bond war buys. Livonian Order can no longer be our rival, for they have grown too weak and we have grown too strong. Because Russia's moving in on them. Damn. That'll be inconvenient. We are rapidly spiraling towards war with Russia. That's inevitable. Gotta get as much Norway as I can in me. Just pour the Norway down my throat. Right, so hypothetically, how much peace could I wrangle out of these Danes? Quite a bit of peace. And I could go for more if I defeat them harder, which is feasible right now. The occupations of Norway are going well. Each of these that I actually take directly is going to cost less to steal in the treaty. Oh yeah, and the English are sieging the Danish capital, so that will flip a lot of score in our favor. We're already at 61. Oh, they've succeeded and are now locked in mortal combat against the Danish army proper. That fight's over, though. This is probably our ideal chance to sneak a treaty in. It was. Eventually, I will go after Iceland, which is one of the main routes that gets used to give you the range you need to go try to colonize the New World. From Iceland, settle Greenland, and then hop over to Canada. So we might pursue that as a means of expansion. Set up some kind of trade zone in Hudson's Bay. A pretty feasible colonial field of interest for a Swede. Meanwhile, that we can get away with this, and that's a good treaty. That's a lot of our goals settled at the moment. And it will progressively make Norway easier to break off and then devour for ourselves. That's another good UI element, telling me how much admin I need to digest all this land. We're good for it. I'll take this most of Norway. It's mine now. Get out. Now it's time to gain admin focus and never let it leave my side. Alright, mercenaries, leave. I cannot afford you. Regular soldiers, stick around because you're great. Yagapon, keep the peace. Alright, boats. Patrol begins. Well, resumes. Get that Baltic on. If you assign multiple trade fleets to patrol the same area, they will try to fuse with each other if they happen to rendezvous. The clergy are demanding land. I could hand them some shithole. We good? Clergy? 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 Good. Alright, economy will need a chance to settle down, and land will need a chance to digest as we start just kind of crash spending as much as possible. Oh, they gave us Bornholm. I didn't notice that we'd gotten away with little Bornholm. Hello. Hello, dear tiny island friend. What's up? You know, the Y is there. It's just concealed under some other graphics. Under this city. There we go, zoom all the way out. You can still see the full Norway. Just tucked away. We'll fix that soon. We've planted a flag on this tiny island. Now it is ours. Good, Bornholm. Ooh, that's a nice Bohemia. You are looking fine over there, Bohemia. Strong, independent kingdom. There's a core in Neva, good stuff. And I'm just gonna be vomiting out more coring attempts as quickly as possible. It's only 33% exhaustion, fortunately. Or overextension. Because while we took a fair expanse of land, most of it is extremely rural, undeveloped, vacant wasteland. Frozen shitholes. Scandinavia. It's manageable. And yeah, we'll be able to digest that relatively inexpensively and quickly. It's nothing but reindeer, yeah, just hordes of reindeer. Herds as far as the eye can see. Tiny revolt in Neva. I can handle that. With the remaining standing army, which will need a lot of time to recover. But there's a successful day in war. There's very high risk that Moscow will try to pull something against us, since they are our hated rivals. But if that comes up, the Poles will definitely come in to protect us. So that's a less than catastrophic worry. We got a big friend to offset our big rival, who I suppose I'll legitimize since there's no negotiating with them. We could create subject nations. We could release Scotland or create a Finland. Interesting. But yeah, let's see. Diplomacy of the Self. Moscow! My rival! What rivalries do... A couple of things there. You get more prestige from fighting them. Your spies work better against them. It's easier to demand land from a rival. And also, you can embargo a rival without impacting the trade efficiency of your country. That is a normal thing where embargoes are a diplomatic option that lets you take your trade influence and make it fight against the influence of another country in a node. So if they are trying to get value out of a node where you are quite strong, you can just shut them down completely with a good embargo. But normally, the reason you don't spam embargoes about willy-nilly is each embargo costs some trade efficiency, because you are cutting yourself off from a lot of potential business if you engage in a lot of embargoes. There's exception for this in embargoing your noted rivals, as your people hate them and already refuse to do business with them anyway, so nothing is lost. It is a matter of pride. So, it is now 1483, and Sweden has come far from its one failed, disastrous attempt in an alternate timeline to choose the wrong moment to declare independence. It instead bided its time, found powerful allies, made itself free, and has begun to make many other peoples free of many other foreign powers. We have made lasting and eternal friendships with the Poles, who surely shall never falter in the face of danger, and the English, who are there. We appreciate you being there across the sea, England. We got your gift basket. It's nice to know you're thinking of us. And the Scots, who are surely our relatives, and we will fight to defend their interests. But it is weird that you don't call. Scotland, we worry about you. Why can't we just be friends, really, Scotland? It's okay. Don't think about England. England's not a big deal. What matters is what we have together, Scotland, you and I. Remember when we fought the Danes? Remember the Danes fought you, and then I fought the Danes, and then you didn't get fought by any Danes? It's because I fought the Danes, because I'm your friend, Scotland. We're in this together. Trust the Swede.